Why, hello everybody. How's it going? Hopefully your weekend is still going as fantastic as it was yesterday. I really don't know what to say. It's in the title. We're going to be continuing the MSQ. We are currently in Garlemald. We just witnessed some really sad shit. Like some really sad shit. So I'm curious. Oh, hey Marcus, how's it going? You're off today? Want to chill in Discord? Did it seriously just put me at 1 in queue? Have you been up playing the game today, Marcus, or not? Oh. You've been on for about an hour. Hey, that's about how long I've been waiting in queue. I got on at... No, never mind. 2 hours. I've been in queue since 10. I would have started stream earlier, but, 2 hours of staring at this is probably not the most entertaining thing to do on a Sunday at noon. How far? You're further than me in this story now, aren't you, Marcus? You can also hop in the Discord if you want to chat. I'm in my Discord instead of Sean's. That way if they want to do shit, we don't interrupt. And now we just wait to see if we can figure out which one I'm talking about.
Hello.
Hello, you figured it out.
Yes.
How's it going, man?
In Garlemald, but I haven't been in it for long. I just met Lycinia.
Oh, okay, you just met Lycinia. Cool. I'm a little further ahead of you in that case. Because I just headed back to the camp after meeting Lycinia.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to talk to the tapper, I guess.
Oh yes, the tapper's den and all that jazz.
Yes.
Get some of that sweet ceruleum.
You made it.
I made it finally. This morning I was like, wow, this queue's not going to be very long. I'm only like 1,075th in queue. And then 2 hours later, I'm in the game now.
Yep, I queued at 9, and it took till 11.
Yep, sounds about right. I thought about getting up at 9, and I was like, you know what? Nah, fuck it.
I just happened to, be up then, and I was like, yeah, I'll log in.
It's probably a good idea. I just noticed on the map where Doma is, it has the 4 sacred beasts around it. That's
really?
Yeah, no, it's got the white tiger of the west, the black tortoise of the north, the blue serpent of the east, and the vermilion bird of the south. It's really cool, actually. If you are still watching the stream, you might want to mute it if you're not going to pay attention to it, because there are spoilers, since I am slightly ahead of you.
Yeah, it's muted.
Okay, good. I don't want to be the one that spoils shit for you, you know?
Understandable.
Thank you for your report.
not
We shall
expecting this to
inform
be
the troops
voiced.
of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
Yeah, I did not actually play
I'm
yesterday
sorry to have
because
put you through this.
by the time I
My distress is
felt
nothing
okay,
compared to
because
their
I was
suffering.
feeling
So tell me,
crappy from the
what else have
booster.
you learned?
Yeah.
It was like a 2,000 or 4,000 person queue or something.
Yeah, that
As you
sounds
may have
about
already
right.
heard, we have
Are you feeling
succeeded
better
in
today,
curing
though?
the members of the
Yeah.
Popularis,
Good,
Maxima
good.
identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Okay.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response...
Quick question, John.
First
Is
Legion
520
claims the
gear or
assassination was part of a
525
coup
gear
d'etat
better, but the
orchestrated by
520 gear
Titus
has
and Nerva.
materia?
At this point, you shouldn't be worrying about putting
So no one
materia
is at
in your
fault?
gear.
And everyone else is
Right,
to
the
blame.
520 gear is gear that had materia in it from before.
I should add that both
Oh,
parties
in that
received
case,
substantial
probably the gear that
financial
has
backing,
materia,
presumably to provide them with the means and
depending on how
encouragement
much
to
the
pursue a
number,
swift
the like
victory.
base number
And that
increases.
these contributions came from the
Okay.
self-shared
Plus
benefit.
24 crit.
Plus 24 crit.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd
Oh, I meant
Legion's
like
coffers,
the
but
actual like
1st as well.
defense or values and that kind of
It would
jazz.
seem so. Though the Popularis determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had
Like
connections
accessories
to
are the
House
exception
Brutus.
because accessories, all of them have a defense of 1.
So
Yeah.
Fandaniel,
And it's
in the
purely
guise of Arcee,
stats.
was playing both
So those are
sides
pretty
against
easy
each
to
other
see.
the entire time.
Okay, sure.
Usually, since you're leveling, it's probably just better to go with
The
whatever gear
information
has
we
the
gained from my
highest item
friends does
level.
not end there.
Okay.
One
that'll
night,
give you more
shortly after
health
fighting
overall.
broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Show the face.
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
I want to
Not in the
slap this
least.
dude.
You will find that they are more than qualified to
Maybe
speak
you'll
on
get
our
there.
behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
They set the line.
Ah, that you scared me. What line?
We don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Oh, yeah. Hello, welcome to stream. Hopefully your Sunday's going all right. Cute. God, Fall Malefic looks so cool. I cannot get over it.
That's just your, like, AoE button, right?
No, the AoE button also looks cool. That one's Gravity, or Gravity 2 now. No, Malefic is the basic, like, damaging spell of Astro.
Okay.
And we have mastery of it up to level 4, so it became Fall Malefic. There's an ether current here somewhere. They got cars.
So I do find it very funny that they have etherite here.
Even though they can't use it.
Yeah. I mean, like, yes, there are people there that aren't Garlean and could use it, I guess, but, like, still feels kind of weird.
It definitely feels odd.
I mean, I get why they did it for game reasons.
We're gonna get these.
And honestly, I'd probably have been annoyed if they didn't, so.
Yeah. Could you imagine going through all of Garlemald without any sort of ether current? And etherite, sorry.
Very painful.
Very painful. Extremely painful. I'm only saying this in stream so Marcus doesn't hear, but Garleans are fucking extreme. It's like, ah, yeah, these guys, just bad. Straight up bad. They're definitely not normal, but they're bad. That may be my brother over there, but I'm going to stab him because his mind isn't there. And it's like, Jesus, you can chill a little bit, dude. Come on. Oh, what the actual fuck? That's just nasty. It's underground, isn't it? I hate when you're walking around the map and it's like there's an etherite next to me, but I can't get to it.
Oof. Maybe later.
Oh, definitely later. You just said that it's not now.
Yeah.
Current up here somewhere. Is that a bear? No. Found it. Ghost train. Oh, I see it. Fine.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Okay.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
I think I see what you meant by when there's an aetheryte right next to you, but you can't get it.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Is it down or something?
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Underground, I guess.
I will say that once you get to it, you can't activate it immediately, so don't bother going out of your way.
Very funny.
That I will spoil for you. Just to save you some time.
Is that you I see in a car? Nope.
Nope, it is not. Just hear a bunch of people spawning around me.
Okay, yeah, it is underground, I see.
Oh. Wherefore art thou last thing to talk to? Oh, he was here the whole time. I'm an idiot.
What?
Oh, not talking to myself. I'm stupid. I got lost.
Okay. All good.
Oh. Okay. Magic. Yum. Mm-hmm.
Was that a level?
No.
Yes, it was.
Damn it. Ooh.
Did you feel dumb ignoring the like wearing of warm clothes when you went to Garlemald as well?
Yeah, because I was still in my like outfit. I thought it was funny.
I was in a like shoulderless robe kind of thing.
Just like, this is fine.
Yep. I swapped to a sweater though. I'm good now.
Yeah, I got a out of the like gear coffers it gives you. I got some rather.
Oh, does some of
wintery
that look
looking-
warm?
Yeah,
Okay.
relatively. And it's definitely warmer than what I was wearing.
That's fair. Because yours is like a butler outfit or something, right?
Yeah. Speaking of, there's an actual butler outfit that I want to buy.
I mean,
Because mine's technically the Valentine's outfit from a while ago.
okay.
But there's like an actual like butler outfit as well as like a maid outfit. I'm not getting a maid one, I don't think. But
Well,
the butler one is definitely up my alley.
I can't stop you. I can say that.
I might get both and have like Luna wear the maid one, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that would make sense, I guess.
Actually, no, I don't think Luna's gonna be a maid.
Sorry, Octavia.
Octavia?
That's the person you have to talk to that said, I was there when the Praetorium fell, and it's like, right.
Oh, you're all. Damn, you got there fast. Yeah, I was there when the Praetorium fell. When you made it fall. And he's like, technically no, but yes, but
I know, it's
no.
like, I was responsible for part of that, that is true. But
However,
the big damage was someone else.
However, the nuke was not my fault.
And, you know, there was someone who was in, like, oh, I guess Gaius was still in the machine when it nuked. Duh. I was about to say, he lived, and he was there.
Yeah, but nobody knew he was alive for years.
That is also true. Except for that one Elizin who went with him.
Oh. for fire. Oh, gross. What an option. Off she goes. Fool. Good thing I'm the warrior of the goddamn light. This shit don't bother me. What? That's fucking awesome. Okay. That was dope.
How did you do in the Thancred mission?
Pretty good. For some reason, it like my one wasn't working for his like attack command, so I had to manually click it.
Oh, that is very weird.
Yeah, because everything else worked just fine.
Yeah. Ether current.
I'll be right back. I need to go let my dog out.
Okay.
I return.
Go back. It turns out Ali is a pyro.
Who? Ali say? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, she likes to setting stuff on fire.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of understandable given the location. It's like fire equals warm.
Hell yeah.
Fire good.
Oh, good. This comes with a debuff. Do you think it's supposed to just be an empty hand when we lift it up?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it like the fact that it was actually shaped to make it seem like it was holding something?
Yeah. It's just the same animation that you have when you like get a job stone.
Oh, I guess so, huh?
I just really enjoyed the second part of it. It's around here somewhere. It's up there. I'll go there later. But yeah, I enjoyed the animation, and he just kind of shivers. Like, this was a bad idea.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen.
How the fuck?
After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars,
Or half
it was
empty,
clear
depending
what
on
had
your
taken place.
perspective.
Now, as quietly as you can.
For getting the
tell me
ceruleum
everything.
tanks from the
Mm-hmm.
Magitech, one of them's like, it's half full or half empty, depending on your perspective.
Yeah.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Whoa.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
I'm gonna cry. This is like a suicide bombing, isn't it? Or some shit. It's such a good story. They definitely got kamikaze orders. I'm gonna cry when he dies, to be honest. Again, why they gotta be this extreme? Sheesh. What the hell is that? Oh, that's a new model that I hate. Yeah, I agree.
Talking to someone?
I wholeheartedly agree, Marcus.
Oh, just my side.
Yeah. Yeah, that sigh. Because I think I know exactly what it was for.
I don't know. You might.
I think you're like just barely behind me.
I just
This is my
ended
home.
up at Julius's house.
I am in that
home.
cutscene right now.
Ah, okay.
Damn, you were fast.
At least it was
I
until that night.
I read dialogue
I was
instead
with
of
Lord
listening to it
Quintus when
most of the
council
time.
fell,
Yep, I
thus
listened to it.
spared. My
Like
family,
if I'm
who
stretching,
did
I
not
listen
own
to
a
it.
radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And
Oh, Julius, no. Oh, no.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Back in a second.
Okay.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Ah, the twins being cute.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there
Welcome
for
back.
us in their
I'm
world?
at the point where the twins are like in jail, but being wholesome.
But the truly sad,
Yep, that's where I'm
truly
at.
frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making, In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance.
Aggressive ignorance. Nice.
I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace.
I'm back in a second again.
Okay.
But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
That's some foreshadowing right there.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even
I'm gonna cry when
trying.
one of them dies, because I know it's gonna happen, and I'm just gonna
It's
fucking
easy
uninstall
for
this
learned
game when it
elites to
happens.
criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both. for good measure.
Thank you, Alize.
Hey, Isistini.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfeno. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Got this guitar.
Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
Yay!
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by.
No, we're the only ones here.
Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
No. No, no, no.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Holy shit. Okay. Well, that was a cutscene.
Oh, whoa.
Hmm. Uh, 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 Should we? I don't care about this side quest. Holy shit, Marcus, that cutscene was wild.
I'm still in it.
Okay, cool, 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 cool. Still? Oh, you had to leave.
Yeah, I left for a second.
Honestly, do not care about side quests.
Alright, cutscene over. It was in fact a cutscene.
It was a cutscene, wasn't it?
Yep.
Like, holy shit, was it a cutscene?
I was kind of, when it swapped to like Allie and Alfie trying to get there, I was like, maybe this is like something that has already happened minutes ago and they make it in time. Nope.
Nope. Nope. He did not survive. Possibly the last most strongest man of Garlemald just fucking ended himself. Holy shit. Dark story.
Yep. There's a side quest here. What the heck?
It just happens.
Yeah, is it relevant? Do you know?
The blue one?
Yeah.
It's an Aether current quest.
I see. Speaking of Aether currents, there's apparently one, like, very close to me. Ah, there it is. I feel like we're gonna be too late to the tower in Garlemald.
Hmm? What did you say?
So the tower in Garlemald that we're working to...
The
like,
Tower of Babel.
Yeah. I feel like we're gonna be too late to it.
Oh, absolutely. Ah. Why?
Why do I feel that?
No, I came out of a cutscene and there's an automated slasher stabbing me in the ass.
Amazing. I entered a cutscene with a laser being fired through me from a big enemy. It was
Same.
very funny because there were 10 other people in that cutscene. And it was just there firing on the entire group, and I was like, yeah, I'll join.
Just sure, why not?
Who is that chick? Maybe the Aetheryte's available now.
Yes.
Oh, it is?
I think you have to talk with a specific person first, but yes.
Okay.
Oh, there's a... Okay. Side quest accepted. But it's for
Yes, there's one up here in the city as well.
It's for an ether current. Therefore, I must take care of it. this shit again. Oh. That's more than mildly upsetting.
I decided to do the side quest. That was by the entrance to the subway.
Yeah, the one where you're following a boy.
Yeah. He is annoying. He turns around like he literally ran around the pillar. I was trying to get it.
Yeah. He did so he found you once already?
No, I thankfully noticed he was going quick enough to,
Yeah, he caught me once, but it wasn't around the pillar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Twas around a bus.
I didn't even know what that one would be from. God, there is nowhere to hide for this part. I see the bus. I wasn't hiding behind that. Maybe I should have considered it.
He's so slow. Hurry. Oh, okay.
Though this may seem tiresome, he is a child. Just like ignore that it's tedious.
Dude, this child. Oh. Fuck them kids. Ah! Dog.
We
Why?
did it. Is it quicker to teleport to the teleport spot?
Answer, probably.
Other question. How close am I to this ether current that's apparently in the area? And or how to get to it?
Oh, it's up.
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 25 to the south. Oh, is it on that? No, wait. South is... Oh, it's up there.
Up.
Yeah. It looks like that's not too hard to get to, though.
Nope. Yeah, I only knew about that one because when we were doing the mission where we were getting chem tanks or whatever they were called, I went on a little hunt for them.
I'm only like looking for them if I'm within like 100 or so.
Oh, I go out of my way if it's under like 200.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like, might as well, right?
I just figure if it's 200 or more, it's like
There will be a quest
definitely
that'll take
somewhere
me
we'll
there.
get to later.
That's
And
I
if
feel
it's
about.
under 100, then that's the quest you're on that you're supposed to be getting it.
He's thinking.
Granted, that's not always the case. Like this one, I don't know. This one definitely felt a little out of the way of everything.
Oh, to say the least.
But who knows? Maybe it won't be. On to the main quest.
Yep. I'm glad that you and I did the exact same thing. Like, side quest, ooh.
Yeah. I haven't done the other one yet, but you know.
The other one? Oh, the one that was like in Camp Broken Glass.
Yeah, I teleported out by the time I noticed it was there.
Gotcha.
Or not teleported, because we didn't have the teleport spot yet. I just started running out by the time I noticed it was there. Oh, there's a thing I'm supposed to do to. Oh, oops.
Yeah, that threw me off too.
Oh, 36,000 damage on that crit. That felt nice.
Right.
What?
Oh, I forgot a thing.
Oh, nice. That one didn't have combat.
I like that you and I are in a different instance, but you are like literally on my tail.
Very funny. So far, Ifrit is my least favorite summon, but that's just because of the long cast time. It probably could be the most damaging one, and I'd still feel that way.
Wait for what?
Ifrit.
I think somebody did the math, and I think Titan is the most damaging phase now. But,
Wow, good for Titan.
But Ifrit might still be number 1. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know. I haven't checked on any of the math, but like if it's just, you have the hard cast for his abilities, unlike the others, which are instant, and it just feels bad.
I don't know why they did that. It was like a really weird choice.
I would guess there's like some reason. In theory, like they could have like you only get 2 of them, so they could have super high potency, and so maybe you want to like get those ones under the raid buff in particular.
That's probably what it is. It's just like you want those ones under the raid buffs because they benefit the most.
Right. Or I don't know. Even then, if like the more casts of another one balance out.
I'm going to do some side quests real quick because I just got a thing where it's just like, oh yeah, when you sit down to do this thing, there's going to be a lot of cutscenes.
Oh.
So I'm going to do some side quests real quick.
Okay.
Get them out of the way.
How many side quests?
There's currently 2 that I see, unless one of them is like hidden under another one. Nope, just 2.
So more show up after you finish this quest.
Yep.
Got it.
Oh.
I feel like this is the first area we're actually going to be able to get fighting.
It's definitely the one that we can, as far as we're aware of, access like the whole map.
Yeah.
So I bet you can. It's just some of them are like significantly out of the way.
Yeah.
Like currently in Camp Broken Glass, the closest one I have is 400 yalms to the north, which is quite a ways.
I mean, that's just in the city again, isn't it?
Yeah, I think most of them are in the city. Let's see. Ether currents. I have only 3 left to pick up in the world.
Oh. I think I'm at 4 left, maybe 3? I don't know. I didn't check since I got the most recent one. Okay. Yeah, my closest is 400 as well.
I don't care about talking to this random commissary officer, I will tell you that much, video game. I like her backpack, and that is all that I care about this character. Like, I know talking with her it'll be something about, like, the lore of the area and that kind of jazz, but I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, for side quests, it's a little more,
I want to talk about the twins. One of them's gonna die, and I'm gonna cry my eyes out and uninstall this game, and then reinstall it.
Do you want to hear my theory that I came up with?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you know how they, talked about
how Alpha knows the strongest and all that jazz.
Well, no, unrelated to that. This is how they
Oh, like a Yoshi P interview?
Yes.
Okay.
He said they recommend brushing up on Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
The Bahamut raids.
Yeah, I've never done those. Smile.
You haven't? Oh. Okay, well, a couple things. One, you know how in this they mentioned nobody remembers what happened after Louis Soir did the thing?
Yes, I do. Like, everybody just kind of forgot. Everybody knows that shit went bad, but nobody really knows what happened to the shit that went bad.
Correct. Yeah. We do know, though. We find out in the Bahamut raid. So do Alice and Alpha know.
Okay.
And I don't want to spoil it because it's actually a really good story.
No, go ahead. I'm sure I've been told before and it just didn't like stick in my brain.
You probably know somewhat. You're at least aware that Phoenix or Bahamut raids are why we're able to summon Phoenix, right?
Correct, yes.
Louis Soir became Phoenix.
Yeah, I know that.
Everybody praying for salvation, or not salvation, restoration of the land,
Yeah, allowed him to become
resulted
Phoenix.
in him becoming Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
A symbol of restoration.
Yeah.
And then, like, he gets tempered by Bahamut during it, and we have to fight him later or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, something similar could happen again. Everybody praying for something due to the final days.
Mm-hmm. And then one of the twins becoming a Primal-esque being.
I could see one of the twins becoming an incarnation of Phoenix again.
Oh.
Because Louisoix, after we untempered him by beating him up, he gave the last of his, like, primal-based ether to them to help us in the Bahamut fight. And they use it there, but, like, in theory, they have some connection with Phoenix now, so maybe that could result in something. Otherwise, like, in theory, people could, like, pray to this warrior of light, and we could end up, like, becoming the primal that we had to fight. Or, this is the one that worries me, is they're praying for salvation. Which was what Zodiark was.
Oh.
Specifically, salvation from the final days.
Oh. So Zodiark will just be summoned by the people of the land.
Yeah, on accident, or even just, like, maybe it wakes the, like, sleeping Zodiark up or something, yeah.
Oh, that do make sense.
That's my guess. I very little to, like, actually explain it, though.
You had to back it up. No, I mean, we're just theorizing, and I think that is a very plausible theory, because otherwise, as it stands, the only way Zodiark is going to come about is... What, is that Odin? Wait, hold the fuck up. Okay, automated cavalry, but it's Odin's model. I was really scared for a second. No, I mean, that makes sense. But as a counter argument, wouldn't most of the people of Eorzea be praying to Hydaelyn?
That depends on what we reference praying as, right? Like, in the Bahamut raids in particular, they were just praying for salvation. Or for restoration of the land. They weren't praying to anyone in particular.
Gotcha.
So, like, in theory, it could, I don't know, maybe they were, like, hoping for Louisoix in particular to do something, in which case,
no,
sure.
For Louis, I don't think Louisoix was, like, notable enough for, you know, the world to pray to.
Right.
But Hydaelyn is a deity. Like, they all...
Yeah, but the question is then, like, does it matter who they're praying to or not? Because if they're, like, restoration is what the hope for restoration in general is what summoned Phoenix.
Gotcha.
So, like, other general hopes widespread enough, could they summon something similar? Like Zodiark, who originally was summoned specifically for salvation from the end of days. I don't know. I think it, like, would be interesting. I don't know if it's, like, guaranteed by any means. It could just be the reason they were saying brush up on the Bahamut raids is because they referenced them, basically, right? They say, nobody remembers what happened here, and it's like, well, we do. Do you know if you're allowed to get on your mount while you have someone following you?
You can, but it breaks their AI.
Oh.
It's really fucking annoying. Like, they can sprint after you, and mount speed is basically sprint speed.
Sprint speed feels faster for some reason, but...
Cool. I only have one quest in Garlemald, and then I will have flying.
Oh, and that'll just be the final quest, I would assume, as well.
I would assume, yeah. Probably a dungeon if there is. Ah, fuck! My dog just jammed my foot under my desk. That hurt.
Good. I wonder how expensive it is to teleport to Norvrent now. Literally cheaper to teleport to parts of Norvrent than across the world of our own world. Very funny. Like from Thavnair
to Charlian, it was like
Charlian is cheap. Yeah, it's cheap. It's more expensive to do that than parts of Norvrent.
Okay.
Actually, where I am in Garlemald, it's cheaper to go to every part of Norvrent than it is to go to Charlian.
I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna be watching the load of cutscenes, so I apologize for a bit.
The what cutscenes?
The lots of cutscenes.
Oh, you got to them. Okay.
Yeah, I did all the side quests, and now I'm just doing them.
You got through these much faster than I did.
Okay. Peace for a bit.
Peace.
Good music so far. I like.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Soup! I love soup.
Warmth. At last.
Oh.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists
Feel
of
dumb.
Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
What did you say, Marcus?
Hold on.
I realized why it took me so much longer.
On a piece of parchment, but it was Owl and Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
Emanuele just being cocky as always.
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
What a thing to say.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
Ominous.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Oh no, it's blue. That's an awesome color, actually.
behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence,
This
and I would
bitch.
hate to disappoint him.
This bastard.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
This motherfucker.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before.
See, that's
it
the
gets
outfit I want. And now I suddenly
but
want
be
it
sure
less.
to remove your helmet. Take a moment too to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What? The what now?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it?
He
Thankfully, he was
put me in
thoughtful
a new
enough to
body?
leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
Is my body in there? There's no way my body's in there, right?
Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need.
Is Varus.
Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
Yep, Emperor Varus is their primal. Not
As
surprised
you
by
have
that.
observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima. It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery.
Daniel walks like a fucking asshole.
Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft.
What?
Set the stage for our reunion.
Uh-huh. Yep. Uh-huh. Yup.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
Take him back. I don't want him.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Asya, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
No. No, no, no. He did not just take possession of my body.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
I'm mad. I'm fuming. I'm mad again. Holy shit. Oh no, now we're flying. That's never a good thing. Where the hell are we?
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak.
I want to scream. I want to scream so much.
I'm still in cutscene.
Same, but I want to scream.
Oh, okay.
My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue.
No, don't you. Am I guessing this wrong? I hope so.
Under normal circumstances,
Oh no.
you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Oh no. Oh no. No.
Yeah.
Quick, take his body so we're not a random mook.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Still will be able to tell, hopefully. Okay. Oh god, it's time. Oh, it's just toned down paladin. Okay, well.
No, it's super toned down paladin.
Well, yeah, I mean, no duh. Anytime you play a class, it ends up being super toned down. Oh dear god, though, I actually might lose to this guy.
Yeah, exactly. Super toned down.
Oh no, we're fine. I just, you know, should have used my mitigation right off the bat instead of saving it. Oh, okay, we can heal.
Sort of. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh.
You think if I accidentally aggro one of them, they'll de-aggro if I run far enough?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it too, but I can kinda hope, right?
Oh yeah.
Wait, did I... Where am I supposed to go? Oh god dang it, I aggroed. And one turned into two. God dang it.
No. No, 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 no. Yep, there it is.
Did you die?
Nope, not yet. I'm a little lost, but I found a thing that I know I'm going to need.
Oh, lucky you. I am lost and have only found medical kits, which are very helpful, but I need more than that.
Yep. I've just been investigating everything.
There are some things I've left alone because they're surrounded by enemies.
Understandable.
Oh, I found a regen. That's cool.
Yep.
This looks like the right direction. I found something that might work. Okay. Okay. I have to find stuff for it, sure. Oh no. Okay, okay. Partway there, partway there.
Hey, but which means I can't go that way, right? It's like that's like impossible to go that way.
I know what way you're talking about, I think.
Oh!
I just have to find fuel now. I assume that's what you're stuck looking for?
Nope. I was stuck finding the Magitech key.
Oh, it's like right next to the thing.
You are correct.
Yep. I found that one first.
Can this thing move?
Said if we repair the leg. There's some armor. Ooh, what about this one? This one is named differently. It might work. Okay. Oh no. I now have to make it back without being able to fight.
Oh, okay.
What?
I figured it out.
Lucky you. No, I aggroed one. Okay.
Ah. I love this. This is by far my favorite map of music I've heard.
This is very cool. Progress.
Oh, okay. Why? Oh, pfft. Are you serious? Okay.
Oh, what is that?
Pain and suffering.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
It
Oh
is a
no.
miracle
Okay.
we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
Oh no. Oh no.
A welcome
Oh
one.
no. Oh
Lord
no.
Senna and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment.
Oh, okay. Oh,
But rest
okay.
assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck,
Oh
we'd
no.
be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to...
No!
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Man, I almost failed the quick time because one of the buttons I was pressing is apparently a keybind for settings.
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering
And
with my
can come up during a quick time event.
There's another cutscene, by the way. I'm in it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think I'm in it now as well.
We've been worried sick.
Wait.
No. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
I'm just hoping Estola will be able to tell the difference.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You've all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows.
Oh!
Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless
That was a
of
look
the
he gave
delay.
Thangrid.
Predictable
He's
to
working
a
with
fault.
Thangrid somehow, I
And
think.
so my plan approaches completion
In a fashion.
unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Okay, then.
Thank goodness. He's awake. Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Holy fuck.
Oh. Okay. Oh, hey, I found you.
Correct.
We're in the same instance.
Correct.
Not common.
I'm in the next instance, technically.
I see your body.
Yep.
You're talking to Lucia. Oh, this is the final ether current quest.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. You're getting chased by a bear.
Ignore the bear. There are more pressing things on my mind.
Honestly, I'm just happy it means you're taking their aggro instead of me.
You're welcome.
184 Yalms West. I'm gonna take a detour.
Yep. There's like 3 on the way.
Yeah. Oh, did you already get this one?
Yep. I've already got them all.
I see. Oh, you ended up going and picking up the others at some point?
Yep. I was bored while I was doing the side quests, so I was like, nah, I'm just gonna go get things.
There. Wait, am I blind? Oh, it was there. Yeah, I screwed up, and the side quest where you were supposed to
like escort somebody.
Like not quite. The one where you're supposed to inspect the ceruleum stuff with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I messed up and thought that was an escort.
Oh.
So I even worse thought it was an escort to the train station.
Gotcha.
That quest took me a while.
Oriange, not the wisest thing to wear, but okay.
I mean, Lisa's in her, you know.
Yeah, I'm
old
aware.
Outfit, so
They,
so is
yeah.
Sadu. He also went back.
Later, nerd.
Oh my god, they all swapped to their old outfits. Why?
Battle ready. You laugh, but that is legitimately the reason.
Yep, I just got to. You stole a big like. Well, hey,
No.
better to be cold than unarmored.
Yep.
I'm just saying, Thancred looked like he was armored. Also, Estinian never changed. He just wears only that armor. Very sad.
Yeah, Estinian doesn't give a shit. We're going. Oh, people.
Getting ether current.
Haha. First, Perigdul. Hey, do you ever stream Dota 2? Occasionally I do, yeah. Why do you ask? It's
400
been
East.
a little
I
while since
apparently
I
missed
have,
one
and
in
I
the heart
probably
of
won't.
the city. God dang it.
Hold up, I'm gonna Devon him.
Okay.
I haven't streamed it in a hot minute. Play with us, we in the Discord. What Discord? No. I'm specifically playing 14 because the expansion came out, so I'm just gonna keep doing that. Because that's kind of what I want to do.
Yes. Wonderful. It's Kokobuki!
I play with you guys all the time. Let me just enjoy the new expansion, okay? It's what I want to do, and it's what I'm gonna do.
Hey nerd, I see you in that cutscene.
Yep. Apparently Joe Byron is in my chat.
Joe Byron.
Joe Byron.
You gonna give him a big kiss?
Hey, yo. Yeah, I know y'all are messing with me. I appreciate it. You can chat with us if you want to. Yeah, no, I'll talk with y'all while I'm playing. But if you don't want spoilers, if you ever plan on getting into this game, just like mute me or some shit. I might join the Discord later. Right now, I'm kind of in a pretty like story-heavy spot, so I just want mostly the story to happen, you know, rather than listen to anything else. The Tower of Babel is unlocked.
Wait for me. I'm almost.
Oh, I'm waiting. Ah, no.
I assume it's a dungeon, or is it a trial?
It is a dungeon. My guess is that it's a dungeon that will lead into a trial.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that would make sense since, you know, Anima's there. Smile.
Yep. If it's hard enough to find another tank and or 2 tanks and a healer, we actually might have a queue time for a trial.
Nah, it'll be fine.
I'm kind of hoping we do, because that gives me time to go get the ether current.
Not getting all of them beforehand. Shake my head.
I, again, spent a little too long on a quest on accident.
Yeah, the one where you escorted somebody the wrong fucking way.
Yep.
Yep.
Very painful. That's why I was like, man, can I get on my mount or something?
Idiot.
This is a long journey.
Yeah, I saw them both going in opposite directions, so I wanted to make sure which one was the escort, and I just got that one down first.
I checked and just somehow checked wrong.
Idiot.
Alright.
You ready to do this?
I guess so.
I can't wait to kill our tank by not healing. Smile.
Yeah! Oh, okay.
Let's do this. I'm so excited. Fuck Xenos.
Honestly.
In the cutscene where, like, Fandaniel told everybody to shut up, I was he gave, like, Thancred a look, so I'm wondering if Fandaniel is betraying Xenos somehow. With, like, Thancred or something.
I don't know, maybe. I doubt it, but maybe.
He
let me
had a
rephrase
very
this.
interesting look.
Yeah, I think there is definitely going to be some sort of betrayal between the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now or never.
What direction that will go exactly, I do not know.
Okay. I can dig this little, like, techno music.
I like it.
Ooh.
And look how many people are with us. Kind of appreciate that summoning Bahamut is a GCD.
Mm-hmm.
It, like, really does give me a little breathing room. Summoning any of the pets is, which is, again, kind of nice for breathing room reasons, especially when you compare it to where old Summoner you had to triple weave because of it. Very fun and not easy to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, there are people in here.
What was that?
There were, like, captives in that one.
Huh.
Oh, big.
Number. Whoa.
Barnabas.
There's a person.
There's a dude next to it. Big meaty punch. Oh, it punched the dude.
Oh no! That is actually just very funny.
Oh, another dude is gone.
Oh no.
Oh, he's got plus.
I have a minus. Oh, that was wrong apparently.
I am confusion.
There were 3 minuses and you were the only plus.
Yes.
Oh, we get pushed away from you. We get pushed away from the person with the plus. And so does the AoE, I'm guessing. Nope, never mind.
Okay, that time we got attracted to it. What the fuck?
I mean, I got pushed away from the guy with the plus.
Oh, maybe it's whoever's closest to you is who it works on.
I don't know. It might have had something to do with the fact that the AoE was also charged negative.
Oh,
so, like, maybe you couldn't get pushed into that. Ooh, that was a tanky one. Or beefy one. Oh! Ow!
Okay, so we're tethered to him, so he'll attract.
Doesn't matter.
Yep, guess not.
Hmm. Oh, we have somebody who actually will take the maiming deer, god dang it.
Yep, we have a Reaper.
God dang you, Reaper, for sharing with Dragoon!
Oh, our party is like on a couple of the other platforms. Are they on all of them? No.
Oh yeah, would you look at that? Big AoE.
I want you to know that fucking gravity is
It's
awesome.
bigger than this place, I would assume, right?
Oh, Earthly Star? It's huge. It's not okay, kind of huge.
I find it funny more than anything.
Oh yeah, me too.
I will say this, I don't get why they didn't just change Ether Pact into Searing Light. It's basically the same button at like current levels.
Yeah, they got some weird ones, some weird decisions that I'm sure that they maybe will fix.
Oh, see, this one isn't even like my thought on it being a weird decision. It's just like and it's not something they can fix. It was just like it made that transition slightly weird since they were basically the same button. Like I had to take one off hotbar to put the other on. Which is fine, it's just like, I feel they could have maybe done it differently. Maybe not because of the fact that this button can't be done while you have anything out. You have to have specifically the carbuncle instead of the other option. Like if you summoned your primal, you can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Although I guess like, It worked that way with Bahamut as well. It just and Phoenix, like you couldn't do it if you had those out, I guess. But it just feels different, I guess, because of the fact that like, yeah, I don't know.
I think our tank has done this dungeon before.
It's possible for sure. Probably just can search info and his tank is 90. Yep. He's just doing it for the grind.
It's always nice when Earthly Star pops because I forget that I placed it.
Does it pop weirdly, or is it just that much of a delay?
It's a 20-second delay on it popping.
Oh,
if you
wow.
let it go the whole time. Luga.
Why are you little?
I stepped on a shrinky one.
Oh, and that, okay, I see. And now we want to, I assume, still be, I don't know. I turned into Toad. Was that wrong? Yes.
Yeah, Toad was wrong, apparently.
Okay, so Toad will be needed at some point.
Hi-ya! Fun fact, you take a lot of damage if you are in small form.
Good to know.
Ah, got it.
Heavy. Breathless.
That's why we need to
Toad?
Frog can breathe underwater.
No, god dang it, I got distracted on one side of the switch. Ah!
It's okay, you can step into the other one.
I know, but there were AoEs in the way, and you're slow when you're small. Alright, time to go to Toad, or to Small, because it's, you can actually do damage. Oh, that hurts. We did it.
Smile, cries.
A little. That one was harder.
That one was
Ooh,
definitely
is this better than my current choker? No. So anyway, John, did you just see that particle effect there from the Reaper teleport?
Yeah, that's Egress.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about earlier, though, where I was like, what the heck? What am I seeing here?
Oh yeah, it's so they have a move that dashes them forward, or another move that dashes them back, and they leave a portal.
Yep.
And then they can go back to it once they unlock the button to go back to it.
Yep.
It's cool.
I just like didn't register that's what it was at first, because...
Also, when they use it, they get a free ranged button.
Yes, yep. I just didn't realize that's what it was, because I hadn't seen the thing in a while.
Gotcha.
I was just like, what is that weird purple portal?
Why does it just stand in the AoE? Why would you do this to me? Oh, I see a thing in the distance.
Yeah.
Man, this dude didn't trust me. I see how it is.
Did he living dead or something?
He did.
I mean, or he just wanted to use it.
No, he didn't trust me. Understandable, he shouldn't be trusting me. Look at that thing. Yeah.
Oh, wait, is it not a trial then?
I think it still is. It has to be, right? There's no way they would just toss it in a dungeon and be like, yeah, beat it.
I mean, this is Anima, right?
Yeah, that is Anima.
Okay.
The icon of icons.
Fun name.
I guess we're just fighting it now.
Huh. Neat.
I bet it transforms into something else.
Possible.
There Ifrit things around the arena?
Yes. Oh, hell. I guess wrong. Gravitron, huh? Oh, that was almost concerning.
What do?
Boundless pain. Apparently pain.
Ow! Yep, it's boundless, alright.
Oh, yep, it's growing.
Here, I'll just...
That feels like a thing quest. Nope, it was not.
Stun. Oh.
Ah!
Oh. Yes. I hated that.
I remember we saw something about it.
Oh, I hate that. I was wrong.
Oh. I didn't even notice it. God dang it. Mobby.
You're good. Ah!
Oh no, I could get the other. Never mind, I don't have mana from when I was res.
Yeah, I know. Okay, the left side's going first.
Okay, I have the mana now, but I wasted my swift cast, so I apologize.
I can't target. Yep.
Yeah, we can't right now. I used my mitigation. Are you happy, Dad?
I appreciate it greatly. I was just like, I really hope this isn't a mechanic where I have to top people off, because they are nowhere near.
Oh, it's Boundless Pain again.
Is that the one where it took us to the middle?
Yeah, it takes us to the middle and then run.
Alice, don't stand in it.
Oh, very funny. Did Anima regain health?
Potentially. I honestly haven't been paying attention to his health pool at all.
Understandable. You do have other ones to pay attention to.
I have a
Males.
lot.
Okay. This was these.
Yeah, don't stand in
this
between
way.
them. Yeah. As well as something called Phantom Pain.
That one was just a big AoE on everyone, I want to say.
Reaper LB activate. It was
Oh,
LB2.
awesome. Yeah, we didn't have 3.
Damn it.
We were in a dungeon.
Did we do it? Yeah, but LB3 would have been cooler, Marcus.
That is true.
I guess that's just how we kill Anima.
Yeah.
Unless it wasn't the real one.
I know, I feel like there's more here, and I'm scared. Maybe it's just another trial against Xenos or something?
God, I hope not. Fuck that guy.
Well, yeah. Ruin Mastery 4. Oh boy, I don't remember what that one do.
It upgrades Ruin.
Well, I think it upgrades specifically the casted like eggy thing. Like when you go into your different primals,
I haven't touched it
you
yet,
get
so
some
you're
new
just
buttons,
saying
and I
that
think it
it's-
upgrades
May
the
the gods
single
have
target
mercy
one.
on your soul.
Because I know Outburst Mastery was
other
the
two are
AoE one, without it actually being an upgrade to Outburst. I feel like there's got to be a trial here, right?
It's definitely a cutscene.
This madness ends here.
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
I respect your gumption, Estinian.
Yeah, thank you for being the one that was just like, we should not just stand here and let Fandaniel push buttons.
Obviously, it didn't work, so you know.
It was worth a shot, though. Nobody else is doing anything.
Zodiac,
I'm sorry, what?
awaken from your slumber and descend.
Ah. Ah.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, that's the level 85 thing! Or even.
Some manner of magical defense.
Wait. Whoa.
Who's behind us?
What is she doing?
I don't know why. How?
But how?
That's not Kryl.
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
So wait, Zodiac has been imprisoned in the moon this whole time?
Feeble relic.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense.
Yeah.
Hark! Victory is mine.
A bigger laser. Oh no.
Oh no, no, no. Or he is the moon.
I don't want him to be the moon.
I don't either. One left, let's go.
Sweet.
Woo!
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Slight change of plans. We're going to the moon. It's like,
Whatever it takes.
I feel like it's a little more than slight, Fandaniel.
You know, we've seen people on the moon. Not personally, but like player-wise, we have.
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Throne.
Oh no. Destroy the Tower of Babel.
Should the Empire fall, the world must share.
Worse, okay.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and are powerless to prevent it.
Oh, just teleporting there. Or something, maybe?
We really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Good night, Cryo.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination.
Oh.
Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
Crowd's just dead. It's like, ah!
The temple
Idling too far.
Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends and the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful.
How do you casually join someone on the moon?
Gonna use the same thing they used, I bet.
Oh. If the Tower of Babel doesn't get destroyed.
Correct. We've got a minute. Gratias, pondering the technical marvel you just have beheld. Well, that's fair.
Oh, I forget that Fan Daniel was
I'm on, yeah.
Yep. You know, one of the most brilliant I forget the name of them.
Elegance.
Yeah, of all time. Makes sense that he could make a teleporter to the moon.
Yeah. All right.
We did it, Marcus. We're going to the moon. Moon's haunted.
I didn't expect it to be this early.
Moon's haunted. Loads shotgun.
Long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an elder
Oh, what's
primal,
the other good moon meme?
the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own.
Remember.
Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber.
There
and
better
dream
be a
of the
quest
day
called Moon's Haunted.
and we will be made whole.
It would be
Here
funny.
he waits
It would
in this
be appropriate.
cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
The Sea of Stars. Mare Lamentorum.
Or... Wait. Is this going on Sunday?
Wait a second. There's no fucking way.
Wow, really walking on your mount to travel 5 feet, huh?
Faster than you, dumbass.
It's because I didn't hit sprint.
Sounds like a you problem.
I was only using one hand.
Later, nerd.
Ancient spirit. Okay, spirit, so maybe not current.
Ah!
What?
Hey, these are mine.
These ones are also mine, funny enough.
Oh, we're in the party.
That's weird.
Very.
Lillian Hall's fine. Sure.
There's an ether current. 800 yalms to the northeast, Marcus. We must go.
It's a little far.
We must go.
God, I hate how slow the big mounts feel, even though they're the same speed.
Yup. Everything is tall here. Definitely Asian sized.
Yep. It's above. Okay. Oh, the big boy. Oh, this is like a redone version of To the Edge.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, what?
Did you just go through the wall?
Uh-huh.
Oh, is there another?
The Watcher.
Is this different than the guy we already talked to?
Probably. It's he. It's Zodiark.
Yep. Or at least a portion, right? Like I'm assuming there are, what, 14 portions of him technically, except a bunch of them are rejoined or something. Maybe. I don't know. If he's slowly been rejoining as well, then yes. If not, then no.
Oh. I agree.
Oh. Man, you got through that cutscene faster than me.
Mm-hmm. He wasn't speaking English, so I just kind of read it and then moved on.
Ah.
Was it voiced? Yes. Could I understand it? No. In that case, skipped for the most part.
There.
Shit! I skipped one I didn't want to skip.
Man, this talking is real easy. They say a thing and disappear.
Oh! I don't know what that is, but I love it.
Oh, what the heck?
Did you see the thing that I love?
The dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good old lustrous dog.
Very weird, but okay.
Moon dog.
Oh god dang it, mounts are faster than it.
Yeah, I'm just running behind it.
I figured it was a dog, maybe it would be fast.
Nope. I didn't want to be too fast in case somebody came that didn't have mounts.
I think that is literally not possible anymore. They required it as of 5.3.
Maybe it's for those that don't know how to use mounts.
I weep for them if they've made it this far in the game.
They have been running everywhere, Marcus. Using
I weep for them.
religiously. They went and unlocked Bard and Machinist specifically so they could have Peloton.
Or Ninja for the 10%.
Nah, it's definitely faster to get Peloton.
I know, but it would be funnier if they heard about ninjas. It's only 300 yalms now.
I know the dog brought us really close. Good puppy.
I wouldn't say close.
Closer.
Closer indeed. I see you're out here fighting some dudes.
Did you do that?
I don't know. They had the quest above them for me, so I killed them.
Oh. Maybe I should.
They didn't until I finished talking with the dog, though.
Oh, and then they turned red or some shit?
They didn't. They just got the quest marker above them.
Maybe if you're close enough with your party mate in the quest line, they get like the same enemies you do.
Yeah, maybe. Just like if you happen to be on the same part.
Yeah. Like if I was, 2 quests ahead and found something you just happened to be nearby and you killed
Or
it,
even
it
like
help.
a dialogue ahead, maybe.
Could be. Who knows? Fuck off, you praying. I think it's a new model as well. I don't think they've had a praying mantis enemy yet. That looks like that.
Can't think of any.
Unless they were in like Eureka.
Oh, very feasible. I have not spent a ton of time there, but most of the stuff in there looked like it was reused models from what I'd seen. Granted, I'd only seen like the very first area of the very first island or whatever. Ah, we had to walk around the crack in the ground. Got it. Look at the moon, dude.
They're long. Oh, that one posed.
I love them.
Luna Tender.
Oh, the pose. I love it.
Look at them all. They are definitely a new model.
Yeah, for sure.
Technically, it's probably just like extended Cactuar, but it's
yeah.
definitely new.
I still love it. Just changed the height on Cactuar model, and it was like, hey, that looks cool.
I'll give them a new pose. Like they'll start doing the Cactuar one, and then they'll just suddenly stick out their leg.
Oh.
Oh. Feeling ganged up on.
Uh-huh. Just a little.
Oh no. This is not one where I can click through when I am done reading. Huh. What should be what? Oh.
Is it a friend?
I bet it's someone we know.
I'm kind of hoping Hythlodaeus.
I think it is.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, this has to be Hythlodaeus.
It's gotta be. Oh no.
Big oh no.
Oh no. Ah, God. Familiar, okay.
Thank you, Hythlodaeus. God damn, the story's progressed so much and we're only level 83 quests.
4.
Level 83 quests, I should say.
Oh god, these are still 83 quests?
I believe so.
Oh, I assumed they were 4 since we were in the new area.
Nope, still 83.
Lustrous Dog, who are you?
It's Heidelin.
It's a little bit.
I'm sorry. Do what now with the what now? Oh!
Yeah! Oh.
God, I want this mount already. Give.
Man, I thought we were gonna get a control it.
I'm okay with this. It means that we can get the dog.
Can you see me? Because I can't see you.
No, I think this is like close to a cutscene, so we're just gonna like up here.
Fair enough. Oh, it does say viewing cutscene for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume for me as well, from your perspective.
Correct. Hey, fuckers. Stop that. Whatever you're doing. This is going to be voiced, isn't
Get
it?
some help.
Oh, it's voiced. Gotta listen. Oh.
Oh, that's bad.
It's real bad.
How is this not the climax of the expansion?
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
Like, I could get if this was 89 and we had, like, one last thing at 90. But it's 83!
Mm-hmm. Oh?
Yep.
What happened to the... Oh, no.
Rejoined.
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct. Wanting for guidance.
Oh.
But powerful. Oh, so powerful. More so with every passing moment. Such potential. Even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand.
Yes, in a heartbeat.
You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes, a taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief.
Way to spoil the mood, Fandaniel.
Honestly.
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die? And take everyone with me? I meant it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Big oh no.
What? Is this the convocation? Nope, too many masks. Okay.
You're ahead of me. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not ahead by much, am I?
No, I just got into like the dark zone.
Oh, might be.
It's Hades again.
feels like.
Oh, that laugh is disconcerting as hell.
Such lofty aspirations. And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction. Wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Oh.
Did he just kill all of their, like, everythings?
I don't know if kill is quite the right word, but something similar, I'm sure, yeah.
Let the light of your soul shine for
You don't even know.
Who's this? So I think, who is this?
Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
Wait. Is that... Who was that? Well...
My first thought was Emmett.
No, I think it's Hythleotus.
That, or maybe like Elidibus?
One of the two. It definitely was... Well, it could have... No.
I don't think it's I don't think it's Emmett because he references...
Yeah, he says Hades. So
Hades.
It has to be Hythleotus or...
All I crave the more.
Yeah, I'm guessing Hythleotus makes more sense than Elidibus. Except, I don't know, would Hythleotus refer to Emmett as Hades?
Marcus, you know what time?
I do! Oh, how is this level 83? Ride the lustrous dog, complete.
But I agree, it's like, how is this only level 83? What the fuck is happening? What more is there after this?
I can think of a couple things, but like, by a couple, I mean one, and it shouldn't take that long in theory.
I just noticed that some of his arms are still, like, cut off and recovering the dark inside. Oh, good.
Oh, that is really cool.
Yeah, like, they got little, like, seals on them in a way. So I don't think he's at full power. Are you done?
Yeah.
Let's hop in queue, baby.
The music is good too. I don't know, maybe the final days actually happen or start happening or something.
That's my guess, is they actually, like, start and then we have to save everything.
Which would, like, kind of track with the trailer where they're, like, seeing the final days happen all over the world.
Haha, I'm in your hand. What are you gonna do about it, dumbass? Marcus, you hit accept, right?
Yes.
I only asked because it's a DPS that we're missing.
Yep, understandable. Oh. out. 83.
Level 83, we're fighting Eternal Darkness.
Establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will.
Alrighty, here we go. Holy shit already.
Yep. Okay, my carbuncle is out. Good, good. Oh, this guy got the name Tanis Silvermoon. It's spelled differently, but impressive nonetheless. Izumi Dromo also feels like a familiar name for some reason. But I don't recognize it, so.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Oh! Okay.
Marvels of circus were but playthings.
Oh. Ow, that hit me? What the fuck?
Get snapshot.
Okay. That's over here. It's a box. Box.
Ah.
Okay.
Malice, become flesh.
Behemoths? Why are there two? Oh, okay.
What? Don't be next to them. Okay, we had a ton of time to get out, though.
Snake. Snakes.
Don't be next to the snakes. Good to know. So this one's for sure gonna be the... Oh, I guess both the extremes come out right away, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's a trial, the extreme is out for it.
I'm pretty sure.
Live to see the end.
Why are there two on
is this like
me?
a quadruple stack marker? What the heck?
Oh, okay.
Ow.
Ow!
Nice. I got you.
Okay, so they have a new marker for if it's multiple hits.
That's probably for the best. You did get the res, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm over here now.
Ah! I missed the mechanic.
Soon my hold of a zodiac shall be complete.
I need you up because you can res people as well.
Mine.
You should have got the red mage.
The red mage is getting got by someone else.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh,
shit. Shit.
I didn't get to hit accept. We'll see.
Shit. Oh, his mask is breaking?
Oh, no.
He's got Chaos's face.
Oh.
At last,
Oh, he's got Ursula legs.
This is cool. Oh, hey. I respawned anyway. And at full health.
The natural order overturned.
Wait, they're rotating.
Yeah.
All in existence, bent to my
We'll
will.
see if this kills us. I have no idea. Yes. Yes, it will.
I was correct. Let's go.
Oh, not a full death. It's fine.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
What?
What this?
Is this rotating? No. Okay.
No, just hands. He's just throwing hands. Legathon. Lasers in the front. Careful. Boxes in middle and then move to the sides.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Big AoE. Oh, what the heck? That is fast. I don't want to be over here. What?
I guessed correctly again. Let's go. Ow!
Good luck.
Mother. Wait, rotating me. So wait, I'll be. If I'm in the middle, I shouldn't rotate.
All in existence.
Oh.
To my will.
Fuck.
Hey! Oh. Nope. Hey! Oh no, you took the auto and died.
Yep. No, I got hit by the laser.
Oh, okay. On my screen, I saw you live the laser and then take an auto.
From broken skies fall
Good thinking, last guy.
You just jump.
Oh, this is cool. Go again, I guess. 13 seconds. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do on pre-pull, but sure.
Yeah, your whole thing changed, so who fucking knows?
I assume still pre-cast Ruin.
Has come, and it will be beautiful.
You have a slightly different timer for it now, but otherwise probably similar. Right, that was fun.
The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Go out for this.
Right, yep. Good call.
This
Get
time
away
it's
from
the
the box.
square, so away from it.
Yeah, don't go near the box. Box bad.
Bum, 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 bum.
Malice become flesh.
Go away from those guys. And is this the...
Snakes, they just do lines.
Oh, snakes. Yep. And we drag the AoEs around.
I can't wait to do that in the stream.
Okay, and then the double stack.
Okay, that was not as bad as it was beforehand.
Yeah.
That's a triangle.
Yes. I screwed that one up last time. I didn't notice it.
Shall be complete. Mine, all mine.
Complete control. This is probably the phase swap? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's because he's gaining full control, and that's why you said...
Yeah, that's why he can start
I am
rotating shit.
Zodiac now, or whatever.
Yeah, I have become Zodiac or some shit. At last, I am the
At last, I am become Zodiac.
Yeah, you're looking a little scuffed there, buddy. You're missing some, like, limbs.
Very funny
and
timing for your star to go off.
Yeah, that wasn't ideal. Can it
I
give
mean, it's
me
funny. It
some
made the
ammo?
cutscene look cool.
Okay.
Is this the one that rotates? Yes.
Okay, so you want to go to the bad things.
Yep.
Unless
Rest in
you're-
peace, Cleaving. Good job, rescue. Let's go.
Goodbye,
Look at my carbuncle.
Callie. I can't even see it. Oh, I see.
It
just
was
chilling next to
spinning around the map.
My life's work! My masterpiece!
Oh.
Ah!
Okay, what mechanics did we mess up last time?
The rotation ones.
Yeah, but that didn't kill us all.
It was so out to the sides and then to the middle.
Yeah. It was the other way around.
How I've waited for this day.
Go to the corner. Away from him.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Yep.
Can you res the red mage?
Yeah. Oh, we're rotating again. Crap. I don't know. Here?
All in existence, bent to my will.
I think... Nope. I did not. Ow.
The great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame.
There are arrows pointing to the middle?
Yeah, I don't know what they are, but I feel like I don't want to be there.
Ah!
Oh, no.
Oh, I see!
They were on people.
No. The things that he points at the middle have like designs of where the AoEs are gonna hit.
No.
That's so
God.
cool, actually.
Very cool. We're all dead, I assume. This stack will kill.
Ah. Oh my god, that was so cool, actually. I was like, why are there little constellations in the sky?
I saw them too and was like, I'm ignoring them.
Oh, that's honestly one of my favorite mechanics I've seen in a hot minute. That's awesome.
It's gonna be so hard to avoid all of them because you have to know their order and then where is safe.
Yeah, I can't wait until we get into Extreme and he does one from like each cardinal except for the front.
Also, like, you'll have less time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Yep, fun.
The marvels of circus were but playthings.
Oh, the triangle.
Oops, wrong button. Get away from the square. Bad square is bad.
Yep. Next we get the circles that follow, right?
Nope. This is
Or nope,
that's para something I believe is the circles.
Okay.
Paradigma, I believe. Oh no, that's snakes apparently. Oh, Phlegmathon.
God, I love that Sage has an ability called Phlegma. Like, I get it's because the word phlegm, but, like, very funny nonetheless. Right, okay, and this is the
Triangle.
get away from the things and triangle.
Yep.
God, I'm still not used to weaving after Ruin. which is like literally part of, which is literally how you do the beginning of your rotation.
Mine! All mine!
Okay.
This is the phase transition.
Phase 2.
Yep, my star's gonna explode.
All I'm saying is I must be doing good DPS. I was number 2.
I've been giving you like all the range cards I get.
Oh, thanks.
Just because I'm like, if we spot things, we can communicate. I don't know about these other people.
That's fair. I also ate food for it, so.
That would do it.
I was like, I need the health.
Okay, he's gonna
Okay,
rotate.
they spin.
The natural order overturned.
Okay, it looks like everybody's learned this time.
I mean, hey, the other guy figured it out because he was rescued. It was fine.
Back to my will.
Whee!
My life's work.
Lasers, right?
No.
Oh, no, not
big
quite.
beefy punch. Sides
Now
then
lasers.
middle. Sides then middle.
How I've waited for this day.
Get to the edge. Away from him.
Yes. Yep. Next.
They're gonna rotate. Which way?
How do you do this?
Here.
I still haven't figured
Here.
out. Okay, I'm gonna go to the other side and hope it works out the same then.
All in existence.
Yeah, that edge
Nope,
should be
nope,
fine.
nope.
Damn.
Definitely not there. Oh yes,
That
barely.
was so close.
Mine worked.
The great
Do you need help resing people?
That'd be wonderful. I'll get the white mage or the astro if you can get the other two. Or I'll get two of them. Just tell me which one you're getting.
I grabbed a monk.
Monk? Okay.
Okay,
Where I am.
I don't know which order happens when.
The order that he placed them.
Oh, I missed that part. Okay, middle is safe next, I think, right?
Yep, and then corners are safe.
Corners. No! I got hit on the last card.
God damn it!
God, that is a hard mechanic.
Now hold on. This shit hurts.
Now hold on. Very funny. Oh, spinning. Oh god, you have to pick which one to get in properly, or which corner will be safe in general.
All in existence. Back to my will.
You also have to notice which way it's spinning because I thought it was the other way.
Yeah, that was my
Very
bad
good.
on the snake rotation.
I got lucky on the rotation. I like guessed a spot. It popped me out. Like when it finished rotating, I was in the orange and then it popped me out of it.
Well, I don't know what percentage we're getting him to. I assume it's like under 50, right?
Yeah, I think we were at like 30. I hope.
The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
Fun, fun, fun.
The marvels of
Oh, that's not even like a put you at 1 HP. That's just a, it does that much damage.
No, it puts you at 1.
Oh, I saw my health at like 350, so maybe I just got a regen tick at the exact right time.
That would be the guess, yeah. Because I guarantee you it is place people at 1.
That would make sense, given that everyone ends up low. If it was set damage, then the tanks would be fine.
malice become flesh.
At least the music is really good.
Very good.
Will you live to see the end?
I controlled my character, Rob. I literally just walked off the edge.
I got you.
Okay, oh, the triangle's from this side this time.
Soon my hold over Zodiac shall be complete. Mine, all mine.
Okay. Kind of unfortunate. This is a burst phase for me, but whatever.
I mean, dying probably threw off. Does all your shit like reset when you die?
I don't think so, but
because I know Red Mage, if you die, you lose your meters unless they change that.
It's not too bad on Summoner usually though. Like because Bahamut is like the first thing you get to do, and it's part of your. It is like the first thing you get to do, and its cooldown isn't that crazy. It ends up being okay.
The natural order overturned.
Like sure, it screws up your getting to Phoenix, but like you have to die like right when you're in Phoenix for it to be a problem realistically.
Gotcha.
Or in Bahamut as well. Like either one could screw it up, I guess. Assuming it doesn't reset. I have been a little too focused to check. It hasn't screwed me up yet, so it might just reset. Or like keep me at a good state somehow, I don't know. That would feel nicer than it should be.
Oh, into the middle and then to the sides.
Yep.
Get to the edge, away from him. Everybody made it. Improvements.
This one is the snakes?
This one is snakes, I'm pretty sure.
Oh god, it changed their spot.
Okay, so the front should be safe?
Front? Okay. I'll believe you.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Oh, okay, yes. Easy. Now we just have to worry about meteors.
Yes, this is him placing them.
Okay.
And it's from the direction that he is, just a heads up. So
okay,
like,
so
this corner should be
currently
safe.
top is safe. I'll listen to you guys. Yep.
Yep, then we move here, and then we're gonna go back.
Yep.
Oh,
Easy.
fuck. Oh, fuck.
No, it's fine. I'm up this time so I can help out with my shield.
Oh, thank you.
I have been saving it for the stack markers.
I appreciate that more than you can imagine.
It's like, what, 30% or something? 20%.
It's 20%. It's fucking beautiful is what it is.
Oh, God. Okay, it's going to spin again.
Right side should be safe. Is he doing something else?
I think... I don't know, I'm giving myself the preemptive heal that...
Yeah, I thought so.
Apparently, I'm dumb on what rotation was what or something. I don't know. Oh, God, another one. I don't have my shield. Sorry.
That's fine. Both of those are up. We should be A-okay. Except for that dude. That one gets to die. Okay.
I'll get the black mage.
So don't go near the box. Is there something else? Oh, he's punching too? That's fucked up.
I have no need for restraint.
Okay,
Okay, so another box. And a triangle from the back.
Okay. And then
and a box from the side.
God, are you serious?
Easy.
Fuck, I'm just gonna get this black mage up. Everybody else get healed in my shit.
You mean red mage?
Whatever. At this point,
I thought I got the black mage up. Did he die again? No.
The right should be safe.
Right? I'll take your word for it. I am still struggling with this one a bit.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Oh, I see. I'm thinking of it rotating separate of us rotating.
Yes. Are you fucking kidding me?
I have my shield again.
We're fine. I threw everything on that. Oh, that one went a little long. Triangle on the side.
Yeah, let's hope there's nothing else.
Oh, and he's doing side, and then we're gonna run to the middle.
Yep.
Fuck. I don't have res right now.
Okay, I can get the other healer.
Thank you. That'd be wonderful. Box, get away from it. Box and then triangle.
Yep.
Oh, and then we're gonna
followed by other box.
Yeah, box to the back. So we're gonna move to the front. Oh, and little puddles.
Oh, followed by circles.
Cool,
Very fun.
Cool. The other healer's dead.
Oh, followed by another one of these.
Anakin, I'm panicking.
I have my shield again. It's fine.
It's okay. I popped light speed. Get to the edge.
Oh God, they're all dead. Oh God, we're only at 39. My swift cast is down for another 10.
Yeah, I don't have mine for 40. I'm just gonna hard res and hope. Snakes, cool. They're rotating.
God dang it,
The back is
spinning
safe.
again.
Back is safe.
Back,
Back is
yep.
safe. Back is safe. Back is safe. Back is safe.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Oh, at least you can cast while rooted. Thank you, Lord.
Oh yeah, you can cast. You can even hard cast. Oh, I don't know what killed me.
Just gotta spam Helios. Let's go. Ow.
But we have healer only 3. No, we don't.
No, but the healers are dead. Oh my God. Hold on. I need to turn my bedroom light on. It's fucking dark in here. But...
Yeah, sure.
Fuck.
God, this is cool. This is also like remarkably hard.
Yeah.
I would not have expected a normal mode to like be this much. No pressure, but I.
No pressure, but I have Jace's focus target.
That's the healer. Beautiful. Very funny. Yeah, this fight has the Dorito of danger, doesn't it?
Yeah. Pray to the Jace. I am a primal now. Yeah.
Let's go. Tragic that you don't have the Astro ultimate weapon.
I actually thought about getting it, and then I didn't like how it looked.
Well. 30 minutes, oh good. Oh, no, I do have it. Okay.
Let's go!
Oh. I would save LB for healers, but you know, that's a personal choice.
And it will be beautiful.
It's not that I don't trust these people, but it's also nice to have a safety net.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to. The issue is if it's the what's it called that kills us, we're doomed. The stack, because the healers are going down for that.
It does mark a healer. I have noticed. Like,
oh really?
Guaranteed. It's been me.
Very
Every
funny.
single time it has been me.
So is it worth then just leaving one healer up, out of it, in case?
No, I would rather mitigate the damage.
Okay. What? But like, if enough people aren't there, that it will definitely kill everyone there.
Correct. Dude, the healing on it is tight. I was spamming Helios in that last one and was getting fuck all done.
Yeah. By the way, I apparently pressed my shield at some point without thinking, so...
That's fine. I'm just gonna hold on to this Lady of Crowns. It's an extra heal that we probably need.
I might... It's up in 30, so I doubt I'll have any time.
It's gonna be for the shield, but we should be fine. I don't think this other healer and I don't think have popped anything really big for AoE GCDs.
Okay.
At least we shouldn't have.
Will you live to see the end?
I can addle it, I guess.
That'd be cool. I won't complain about getting addle, especially since they buffed it.
Oh, they did? I did
They
not
buffed
notice.
it and faint, so they both...
Oh, they both give a little bit of each now. That's really cool.
Yeah, they give a little bit of each. It's just that... Wait.
By the way, there's a square.
Yeah, I know. I'm on the right side.
Okay. I think somebody wasn't.
You're right. They weren't. I watched them. I'm literally the marker of safety. They didn't listen.
Yep.
Those fools. Oh, fuck. I did it again.
Okay.
Oh. Cracks knuckles, prepares for pain.
Yep.
Dude, it did so many stack markers so quickly.
I know. It was like stack marker, mechanic, stack marker. Mechanic, stack marker. It was like, oh god.
Yeah, but for Lucid, or not Lucid, for Addle and Fate, they made it so that they're better against certain types of damage, but they still can help with the other.
Which is very cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I thought it was triangle, not square. It changes. Oh god, we're rotating. Alright, I'll listen to you. Yeah, yep, that's right. God, I keep thinking of it as I'm rotating.
My life's work My masterpiece!
This is punch.
Oh, yep. Sides first.
Yep. No, yeah. Move to side and then go to middle.
How I've waited for this day!
Edges.
This is
Snakes.
snake.
Is this rotating snake?
Yes.
Yeah, it's... I'm back here, so I think I need to be over on this side instead.
All in existence, bent to my will!
Yeah. Nope. Very much no.
Marcus, I am the circle of safety.
I know, I was across from the other snake. I was in the back row.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure if I needed to change where I was.
So Astral Eclipse. So he's going to do...
From broken skies fall tears of flame!
Here.
All shall bow!
Here, then corners, then middle.
Yep.
Will you live to see the end?
Okay, we get another stack marker in a second. Not immediately.
Ah! Forgot about that one.
Oh, good to know, because Citus is that one. Except they spelt it the Japanese way. Okay, this side?
Back. It's back.
Back?
The back.
Alright.
All in
Yes.
existence,
Yes.
bent to my will!
God, I keep thinking of it the wrong way.
Will you live to see the end?
Oh, this is punch.
Ah, good catch. Now's where the fun mechanics come out, where it's literally something every second.
Front. We're gonna move over here. And then we're just gonna stay in this corner.
Yeah. And then, do we get another stack marker right away?
I think so.
Or is there a slight breather? Snakes first, okay.
Snakes first.
Is it rotating? Yes.
All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Yep. Knew that was coming. Ah! Ah, you fucking kidding me?
Is there another thing? No, okay. Other than tank bust on one of the things, but... Square.
Triangle.
Triangle. Triangle.
This corner is
okay,
fine.
so
Both
this back
corners
corner
are-
is fine.
Yeah. Sucks for melees. They could have moved up, but I'm not gonna run up there to show them.
Ow.
Marcus.
Will you live to see
I'm
the
sorry, I
end?
got caught in the Like, I had to find the perfect, like, pixel between two AoEs, and I did not get it quite right.
Yep, they're dead. Damn it. Okay, I need everybody. I'm gonna get the healer. If we can get the black mage, it'd be great.
Sure, I have enough mana.
Oh, somebody else did it.
Oh.
We got snake skin. It's gonna be left.
Yeah, okay.
All in existence, bent to my will! Will you live to see the end?
Oh, fun.
God, this shit hurts!
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Fuck.
Nah, I had a Vuln's back, though.
Oh, I'm less sorry now.
We don't wait for these mechanics to end. I know I have the invuln, but I want to make sure I'm good for a second.
This is 3 of them. Okay.
Okay, square. Square, fun.
Yeah, we're gonna cross.
And then square.
Ah, fuck.
Followed by circles.
Will you live to see the end?
Fucking really?
Followed by
edge. Yep, they were so close to making it too.
We're doing good. We're at 16. Paradigma. I don't remember that one.
Snakes?
Snakes. Okay.
Front.
Yes. Oh, literally just go whatever way the arrows are pointing.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, I guess you have to look in the right direction for that to work.
Correct. Did you... I like the particle effects of the snakes, I will say.
Very cool, yeah.
Son of a bitch!
Ow.
Corner.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, ow.
Two triangles.
Okay, vaguely annoying. Okay, square is easy. Oh hey, I didn't have the...
Will you live to see the end?
He's at the edge!
Oh, no. Okay. The worst part is you can survive that damage, but, you know, the knockback means you would have to...
Oh my lord, that was stressful.
Oh, that was fun.
The limit of your power. Is this how it ends?
Holy shit. He didn't explode. He's still alive.
That is, you know what? Actually true. I'd commend you, but I can't.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean to tell me there's no chest at the end of this thing?
Only
What do you mean
extreme.
that's how normal primals work? Wasn't that extreme? I'm kidding,
All right.
extreme would be harder.
I got so many commendations. Holy shit.
I'm sure.
I got 6.
Yeah, that's as many as possible.
7. No, you're right.
I
I got them
can't.
all. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've done that. Let's go. Jace Primal.
That's why you play healer.
That's also figured out mechanics pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Where the hell?
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection.
What?
Thus, sealing my victory.
Whoa.
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. Could have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell
Zodiac's existence is what's stopping the final days still.
fulfilled my heart's desire.
Oh.
Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final day.
Oh, talk about plans with plans. Either we let him roam free and Zodiark becomes the final days, or kill Zodiark and the final days happen any fucking way.
Oh.
How quickly strength fades and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber.
Oh, look, he has the hat.
Song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time.
Oh.
Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherits my hell. I intone with glee.
The
The man I
non-skeleton name.
was would weep for what
Mm.
I have become.
He has the hat.
Yeah, his fancy little hat.
The
I have his hat too.
all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
Kind of crazy that the Crystal Tower is relevant not only in Shadowbringers because of the Crystal Tower, but also in Endwalker because of him.
Yeah, because of Zandy and Aemon.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do we stop Final Days then?
Yeah, so now that explains why this is level 83, because now the final days can definitely and will definitely happen. So we have to find our own way to solve that predicament.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Uh-huh.
At last.
Oh, what the fuck?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Now Charlene will join us, right?
Smile?
Hopefully.
Smile? Big ol' smile?
Yep. So, we accidentally may have brought the Final Days about. What help? I was wondering when he'd show back up.
Oh, yep, there he is, that fucko.
Yep.
Hello?
Oh.
Can you not? You're looking a little dark there, Xenos. Why is your hand wrong?
The void thing has possessed him.
Oh.
That's my guess, at least.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
Okay, then.
Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
Yes, we get it. You have a hard-on for sadness and pain.
Yeah. So, there was a voice for the Final Days.
Yeah, it was not Heidelin. It was
Correct.
another
It was
chick.
female, though.
Yeah, it was some other chick. We know not what yet.
taking bets on Xenos taking control of it?
Bets on it taking control of Xenos.
Well, that's probably fair. How is there more to do on the moon?
It's the fucking moon. Nobody expected there to be shit to do in the first place.
I guess. Yeah, okay.
We're just gonna let him walk off. Good old Xenos. Literally a bastard for 3 years, or for how long did Stormblood release ago?
4.
Yeah, for 4 years. We're just gonna let him walk.
Probably 4.5, I guess, since Endwalker was delayed a bunch.
I love when the quest is on one of these giant ass people, because then you really don't have to worry about the horde of idiots around it.
Yeah. Wait, what? They're here?
We are in level 84 quests now, Marcus. Let's go.
Woo!
Let's fucking go.
There are 3 more zones still.
Oh.
Or no, wait. Never mind. 2 more. Moon isn't on the thing yet, but we know it has Aether Currents.
Yeah, I also know that there's...
We just haven't picked them up, so it's not showing yet.
Yeah, there's also another Aetherite somewhere on the moon.
Oh, whoa. Would you look at that? I just assumed it was this circle. I didn't look up.
I'm so sad I have to go to work tomorrow.
I don't.
Why not?
I took tomorrow off as well.
Bastard. I killed Zodiac. Wah.
I know, right? It's like, so anyway, I killed God.
One of the two.
Yeah.
And Xenos is just on the moon, just a heads up. So if y'all ever wandering around and see
Also
a
that,
psychopath with a scythe, yeah, it's him.
Oh, also, turns out killing him resorted in
The final days.
the end of the world. I recommend starting at the top. You still up? Cool, I'm gonna start down here.
I mean, the dude's been doing it for centuries. I don't blame
I
him
know,
for
I
wanting
just
to
find it
start from,
funny.
like, the newest shit.
I know, I just find it funny. I recommend this. How about no? I'm gonna do this. Someone else can do that.
Oh, because we killed Zodiac, doesn't that mean Hydaelyn will grow more powerful?
Yeah, that's a possible concern.
Yay.
She has good intentions, but also
Yeah, so did Lakshmi. We
without
still
him,
killed
it
her.
could become a problem somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the little rabbit people.
Oh, okay.
Scene.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Oh, cool.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source? Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a
Herself.
threat. Is that true?
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the Source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
What? Oh.
Yes, but what is it?
I'll be back in a second.
Okay. So it's like a teleportation system to safety. Now's my chance to get ahead of him. Argos. That's the name of doggy. Caw. It's like there's so much. First of all, elegant shit there. Whatever those spores are in the distance worry the shit out of me.
Right, I am back.
Welcome back. Did you get food?
No, I just went to the bathroom.
Here in a bit, I am going to take a break to take care of some stuff and eat.
Understandable. The spaceship is the moon.
I know, right? What the actual fuck? This was created by Heidelin. Also, it will ferry everybody to elsewhere. It's like, hey, excuse the fuck out of me.
Yeah, but also, like, will we be able to ferry the people of the shards?
I
would think maybe so. Heidelin had a plan for that, given that she, did this plus the Sundering.
Yeah, I would assume the answer is yes, but the issue I see is, like, one, getting everybody on board. I guess the main one that comes to mind.
I don't remember the path to get over there.
Haha. It's on the map.
I just see a... Oh, yep. I see now.
It's a very itty-bitty thing.
Yep.
There's also a moose princess, so be careful.
A what?
Level 90 hunt mob. That will probably fuck your day.
Fun!
She's pink. And she will likely fuck your day.
God, this little path is even hard to notice because it's down.
Uh-huh. Oh, those are cool looking. Oh, and they don't see with their eyes. Neat.
I feel like I don't remember this underground spot.
It was there.
I'm sure it was. Moose Princess. I see.
Arcus.
All right, we're getting Argos. 200 north for the Aether Current, huh? Very tempting.
Sup, bitch?
Hello.
Later, bitch.
I'm not that far behind you.
I know.
Oh, there's a like cutscene for it. Crap. Yay, Puppo!
Argos.
He's the pilot.
Argos?
Right?
Probably.
His name is Argos, which
Yep.
is ship from Greek mythology.
I know. Well, I mean, it's also he's a mount, so that could.
Slash, he could be like the ship itself in a way.
Yeah.
Ship slash pilot. Oh my god. That or they just liked the name.
Oh, it did the thing.
What thing?
It took control of my camera briefly.
Oh, exciting.
What's in there?
Oh, hey, fate.
If you had the chance to change your fate, would you?
Sounds pretty lame.
I like my fate.
Look at all the dogs.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Oh. Our body stays there in that. Okay, I saw you talking to the person still, even though you were like well past. Okay. Ooh.
Oh. Oh. This is cool.
Gross. Oh, this one's taking around.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Moon ship.
So, like, do you think we'll actually have to use it to get everyone to a different planet?
No, I doubt it.
Oh, this looks cool. And if so, what planet do we pick? The only other one we know of? Dragonstar, maybe?
I might go to like an alternate universe entirely.
That's possible.
Oh my god. I'm filled with too much joy.
I think, oh, it's the rabbits!
Look lively, everyone! I know. This 1,243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance. For Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose: to bear the people of Etheris to safety. Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
I am unimaginably happy right now. That was the cutest shit ever.
Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers'
Yay!
hearts,
They're so happy.
Perhaps.
Thancred's just like, what the fuck am I looking at?
They all are.
Thancred's like, no, I can't be around bunnies. It gets rid of my brooding nature.
Thancred especially was real edgy when we were in Thavnair. He was like, yes, the wish for revenge or something, and it's like, do.
He was like, brother, take a chill pill, please. You need it.
Yep. And then Estinian was like, I feel that, and it's like, yeah, you were possessed by a vengeful spirit, though. It's acceptable.
Excuse me, I've got to do a thing real quick while I'm here with the bunny people.
Oh, is there an ether current?
There is an aetherite.
Oh, aetherite, right.
Actually, there might be an ether current too. There, in fact, is.
Am I closer to it or you?
I am.
30 northeast. Unless it's up. Is it up?
Yes.
Then I'm closer.
You are, because I have to go backwards now. Son of a bitch.
Those would actually see it, though.
I'm getting it before I hop down to talk with the shipper Laporte. There's one at the very bottom. But there's also one up.
70 southwest. What?
There's one at the very bottom, below you.
Is that the one I'm pinging on?
Yes, but there is one that is more northeast that is at the top.
Okay. I'll grab that one since I'm up here.
Yep. Either that or they hit it very well to the point where I was 6 yalms away from it and couldn't see it.
Oh, yep, it's up. I found it.
Cool. And then the other one that you were pinging is at the very bottom next to the next person you have to talk to, actually.
Okay.
Wobbling way, flopping way.
Geronimo! Yeah, this is a long fall. I guess we are on the moon.
Yeah, but don't have moon gravity.
Yeah. Close-ish.
Yeet. Oh, my stomach.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I literally get, like the good
Cramps.
Oh yeah, when jumping, even in video games.
Oh, from jumping. Oh.
No, from like long heights.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I
what is
thought
that,
it was
vertigo?
like you get cramps from being hungry, but like.
Oh no, from like falling in video games and shit. Nah, my stomach just kind of super tenses. I was like, awesome.
Very funny.
Oh, it sucks.
Hey, nerd.
What's up, bitch? Dancing way. Okay, I'm noticing that all of them have way in the name. All of them are rabbits. Fighting way.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You still alive.
Chipper's singing way.
Weaving way. Sleeping way, of course. There has to be like the seven dwarves here, except they're rabbits. Good old rabbitses.
The air in here must be very confused. Nothing way. Well, that's unfortunate to be named that. Take me to your leader. Hey, go back to the top again.
Yep. I'm mildly upset.
I mean, hey, I never had to go back up yet, so I just find it funny, especially because you had to. Also, you know, like right next to the
They should have put the aetherite at the top, and then you could just teleport to it and then jump to the bottom.
Oh, and jump down, yeah.
That would have made way more
Good use
sense.
of 100 gil every 5 seconds.
It would be worth it. But I get that thematically it makes more sense for it to be at the bottom. I'm just dissatisfied.
I know. God, I should equip that new weapon I got. My level 533.
Yep.
Is better than my current one.
Of 530?
Yeah, mine's 530. The raid one's what, 535, right?
Yeah, 535 is the highest weapon that's been attainable thus far, up until Endwalker came out.
So you're still fine. Oh wait, except you don't have the raid weapon on this class, huh?
Correct.
Very funny.
I'm in fact not fine. This is voiced. This is going to be voiced.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem.
Oh my god.
My name is Livingway, and we are the Lotharites. created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged
I
with
like
the
mapping way.
execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw.
Living Way seems a little
Living Way's
cocky.
the name.
Yeah, but Mappingway's accent is good.
Mm-hmm.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Definitely no fault of our own, yep.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Atheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further.
Yes, our parents sent us. We are too young. Smile.
Yep.
Here we have Atheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Atheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Hydaelyn. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us.
Oh, Marcus, I was like sort of right, wasn't I?
Present-day charges.
For what part?
They're getting
Adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
Wait. No.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
Your
Yourself led you here. You don't say. Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot
little baby carrot people.
Well, Amaroti.
Okay, I'm past that. What were you talking about?
In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
You said you were right about what?
Predicting that the Charlians are preparing to go to the moon.
Oh, I hadn't heard that prediction from you.
Yeah, we talked about it.
The idea that it's the Charlians sending info. Okay.
No, that it's Charlians. Like their purpose, greater than we know, is to gather everything and move to the moon. I was right.
Possible.
Sort of. I think.
Yeah. I mean, hasn't been confirmed yet, but that would make a lot of sense.
A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates.
Which is actually what the spaceship is to get people from Charlian to the moon.
Contained in these pages.
Oh, you did mention it because of you were like, maybe that's what the resources are for. Yes.
This
Okay.
isn't a regular sized book, is it?
So the spaceship is something they built to get here. And the ship, the moon itself, however, is also basically a spaceship. Got it.
Living Way, are you okay?
Oh. It's a funny bit.
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
We gotta shrink everything. Go.
I know. It's like, oh no.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about
Very
your
funny.
terrestrial collaborators.
Yes,
Oh, this 533 chess piece is kind of neat.
to hear more about you, if it's all the same.
Very funny that you get it after being out of the snowy area.
Due to outdated knowledge of our
Given that it is called snow linen.
Sounds bumpy.
Down we go.
I actually need to take a little break. It's time to feed Puppy Doodle in the background.
Okay.
So we're just gonna accept this quest.
And try to stay logged in.
Correct. It won't take me that long. I'm gonna go feed him and let him out and grab some food for myself.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna put the stream on break real quick. So I'll be back in a short bit. Enjoy the break screen. It's the same as most of the others.
Was there another ether current in here by chance? Maybe. Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty, I'm back. Oh, that's what he meant by down we go. Okay. Ow. Wait, is there... Oh, there is more down. For those watching stream, I brought with me a sandwich and like half a baked potato, and when I say sandwich, I also mean half a sandwich. So I will likely be ordering more food later, because I am hungry. Oh, there's a lot of spaces here. Wait, they got enemies here. Living Way, hey, question. Why are there machines that don't like us?
So you were back.
I am back. I have some food now, and I will likely order food later.
Fair enough. Oh. Where's the next ether current? West. God dang it, it's sending me south for the quest. Did you get the ether current that was right there, by the way?
Right where?
Like right next to you.
Nope.
Make sure you do that.
Okay, good to know. Will do. Southwest. Oh, is it up there?
It's up a little bit. It's where you get the carrots from when you get to that bit. Just on the other side of the platform.
There's different battle music for the moon.
Yeah, apparently. I'm not sure what music that is. I haven't gotten a battle yet.
I got a supporter saw me and was like, "Hey, fuck that guy." I was like, "But you're supposed to support me."
Yeah. Although the music played for me, us being in a party might... Like, different music did play for me, so us being in a party may have given it to me.
Probably.
Oh, that one is on the actual moon surface still. Interesting, okay.
Chef Cooking Way, I brought you a ridiculously big carrot, apparently.
Yeah. Apparently tasted good, so, you know, you got that going for you. Please. Oh!
Ah, yes, the carrot of happiness buff.
Yes. I regret my decision. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
En back.
Okay. Welcome back. I guess the rabbits are very confused at how other food is more important than carrots.
Yeah.
I would expect nothing less.
Why is the caretaker mean? Maybe it can't follow me up here. It can't.
I'm so confused why there are mobs in this area where we're supposed to bring people.
I know.
What happens if this caretaker takes care of a child? The child will get splattered.
Well, the child will definitely be taken care of.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
not
just
in a good way.
yeah, he's like a hitman instead of a caretaker in that case.
They just got confused on what words meant, and they messed it up. Okay, they're like, we need to build something to take care of them. What does that? Yeah, right. They're like in their original language, care for somebody, and then they look up like a translation, and it's like kill them, and it's like yes, okay. Oh, is this gonna look better? I do love this music.
I'm not even at a point where I'm listening to it, but Soken was not kidding when he put out that tweet where it's like, yeah, we put a lot of time and effort into the sounds of this expansion, so please turn them up. It's like, yeah, I'm happy that he said that. Why couldn't they make normal stairs?
It's because they're ancients.
Rabbits.
No, it's for the ancients. They're big.
Are you sure it's no?
You're gonna enjoy this bit.
Let me guess. They're all the same clothes.
I don't know. I didn't get to pick more than one.
Oh, it gave me 3 options.
I would not recommend the second one. That's what I will say.
This is definitely clothes.
Yep, that was the second one was boring, but I don't know, maybe it looks better than the third. Oh, nope, it is in fact what I had as well. Never mind. It's all the same no matter what one you asked for. Rip. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh my god, it gets better.
Wait, if I mount, does it take the clothes off of me?
I have no idea, I didn't try it. Maybe I did actually, maybe it was fine. Well, I mean, you can try it and talk to the person again and get the clothes back immediately.
Not worth it.
Fair enough.
Surprise me. Oh. Ah, yes. The same, but leopard.
Yep. Happy to know it ends up the same.
Ah, and it smells of carrots.
It gets even better.
Joy. Granted, I haven't been able to apply my glamour in a while, so I've just been running around in like a robe.
Yeah.
Feels weird.
Be back in a second.
Why the masks?
Biak,
Welcome back.
did you like how Jay liked his outfit?
Mm-hmm. It is fucking green ass Power Ranger arms.
Yeah. Very funny.
Poor thing, Grid.
What? Oh wow, this one's waste.
I said poor thing because he asked the question about whether or not they were going to save all the stars, and then the answer was no. And I know that
I
he's
know,
thinking
right?
of
I was like,
green.
oh no. Yep. I was like, okay, we have to have another plan now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. It's probably fun.
ready in the teleporter.
Oh, I love Growing Ray's voice. I was not expecting
No.
it.
I wasn't either. I was like, oh, this voice weird. Maybe we can just bring Reen to the source and it'll be fine.
Nope.
Huh?
Yeah, it would be a problem. We have other people there we would want to save as well.
Then where is it? Oh no!
Uh-oh.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Oh no.
Idle
Just a heads up, there are side quests
Tis
that
no
pop up.
trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well
I don't
do
know if you may have
understand their
already noticed them. I don't know when they
urgency
popped
and
up, but
necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Dude. Ooh. What are you fighting?
Nothing. Oh, wait, never mind. There was, in fact, a thing that aggroed on me. I'm doing the, side quests.
Gotcha.
And a thing happened to aggro on me in the area. When is it?
I was just walking around and then suddenly just fucking trumpet started playing in my ears and I was like, that's not... the moon is like a piano place. What the hell?
I didn't even notice it at first.
Oh, this place is actually lovely to look at. Holy shit.
On there.
What? You like cut out there? Oh, I see it.
I haven't gone to that part of it yet.
Oh shit, there were side quests. Feck.
Yeah, there were two.
Yeah, I didn't see them.
They're in the old area.
Yep.
By old area, I mean the carrot place.
Yep. Combat music.
Finished one of them. I just gotta do the. Very fun having the say chat spammed with a bunch of people doing the same quest.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
What?
Oh, just cute shit. Cute shit being cute. Not gonna lie, I might actually do the beast tribes for the Loprits. They're fucking adorable.
They'll probably be decent XP. I know the Shadowbringers beast quests, at least, specifically the Fae or whatever, was good XP.
The Sylphs.
Sylphs, is that what I couldn't remember if it was the Sylphs or if the Sylphs were the Realm Reborn one.
No, the Sylphs were the ones in Shadowbringers, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, sure. Alright, wait, first we're gonna go pick up this ether current, ignore that it's not part of your forest. There's 2 more, it looks like. Oh no, there's like 1, 2, 3, 5 more ether currents on the moon. Dang.
I like Growing Way. He's a good boy.
You too. Just casually mentioning Dalamud.
Yep. You know how it is.
Yep. I can't say how great it was to hear it had been destroyed, and it's like, yeah, that resulted in like a lot of death.
Yeah, like so much suffering. You have
Him,
no
that
idea.
was a great day. Us, that was a horrible day.
That was the worst, one of the worst days in existence.
Yep. Just in case he gets confused.
that mother yucker.
Looking for Riange, I guess, huh?
Yep. Thanks for the offer, Marcus, but I don't need to teleport there.
But it would be funny.
I'd be mad. I'd be, not be happy.
Can't believe you didn't wait for me to get a teleport.
I expected you to go through that cutscene pretty fast, because you always do. So I left it there, readily available.
Yeah, but you were ahead of me because I was, I went away for a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And also I did the side quests. Unlike somebody who's been skipping things.
Listen, if they're side quests, it's not skipping, so fuck you.
I know, I'm joking. Just thought it was funny.
It was funny. Fuck you, though.
That's a fair response, I guess. New hat they gave me is funny. And by new hat, I mean it's an old hat that I just hadn't equipped yet. I thought mine was better, but I double-checked and it wasn't. I like how there's the follow quests now. Like the stealth follow and then the ones where people follow you, you know?
Yeah. It's really neat.
Barbie, don't give me away. That would be very painful if that could happen.
Yeah, I was hiding behind a rock on a Goobu, and I was like, I am just not gonna ride this thing, just in case. I don't want to start over again.
But you're still mounted.
I am on a smaller mount. I agree with
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
Jeez, you're running now.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction.
Oh, I know.
Dearest brother,
yep.
Who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? I am not alone in my discomfort, then? 'Tis surprising, though perhaps not. We scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
Alright, where's the ether current? Is that it? Yes, it is. Wait, is that a different ether current than I got?
Which one?
Yeah, I didn't get that one. There's another one. Oh no, maybe I did, and maybe I'm just confused and blind on where you were.
Yes.
Did you have to cross a bridge?
Yep.
Okay, then I didn't get that one. There's one north of you, like where you were 30 seconds ago or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
On killing those things.
It is not done.
Somebody over there was like dying to him, so.
It was me.
No, it was before you got there. It was very funny. They had like 100 health. I was actually a little concerned. This is a neat place.
Don't eat the carpet, Drake, please.
Need 3 more ether currents on the moon.
Let's go! Like the
The next one is 660 southeast.
Okay.
Gonna ignore that one for now. Just supposed to go talk to Ishtola. Can I teleport to get closer? Yeah, sure. Like how right after I teleported, I got a teleport offer. Wait, how did I have a teleport offer?
That's an excellent question.
You're still in the cutscene.
Yeah, and I haven't teleported in a hot minute.
Why did I have a teleport offer? How long had that been there for?
Probably since the first time I went there. You idiot.
Feels weird.
I suspect they're going to brainwash Urianger.
I wouldn't say that. By the way, did you notice one of the quest rewards we had was purple carrot juice?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, very fun.
Purple carrot juice gives skill speed, and vitality. He's a current. Fuck off.
Oh, did you go to the one that was 600 away?
Maybe.
Why?
I was, yeah. How do I... Well, I guess I have to give up for now. As for why, I don't know. Why not?
Were you just unable to get it as well?
I forgot one of them.
Oh, okay. So you have what, 2 left?
Yep. I see you stolen. Tola.
Oh, hey. Neat. Level 85. Ooh. And the last 2 side quests.
Maybe. No. Maybe. Got it. Just barely. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
It's a fun quest. Oh.
Oh, they're now main quests. They're now Aetheryte quests here.
Yep, I'm doing them.
I will return for them. No, I won't.
I like them both so far, is what I'll say. I've actually only really messed with one, but the other one seems like it'll be cool.
See, I actually don't care about the dialogue of these, so I just kind of skip them.
I normally don't either, but these ones in particular are okay. One of them has to do with like elegant technology, so that one might be interesting. The other is one of the rabbits is upset with the name he chose because his name is Dreamingway and he can't dream.
Oh.
So we're helping him figure out what it means to be dream.
That's amazing.
Oh geez, that one is actually really far away though. And I don't know how to get to it.
Probably a bridge.
It's like not even part of that original circle. It's like to the right of the circle.
Oh.
So we might end up there in a minute. Alright, where are the teleporters? Is this one? There was a teleporter to get up, wasn't there?
Somewhere.
Whatever. I'll walk. Why did you take 17,000 damage?
I fell.
Why?
Fuck you, that's why. Yeah, I was gonna go up to the top because I thought that's where part of the quest was taking me. It was not.
I mean, the quest has me going up here.
I wasn't at the part where I go up yet. I'm at the part where I have to talk to a couple Laportes around the place.
Oh, okay. No, you're doing the side quest. Got it. Never mind. I'm talking about main quest.
Oh no, I haven't fucked with that yet.
All of my side quests are in order, except for the one that takes me very far away. Like, straight up, I do not know how we're supposed to get to that one. Oh, wait, maybe I see now.
Yep, there is a bridge.
There is a bridge to an area that might connect to it.
Is where the alligator in the spaceship is?
It's called Heimdall's Last Stand. Last Sight is the nearest place I can see.
Oh.
But it's where the Allegan thing is. Yeah, it's for that quest. There's a bridge like north a bit, but it's north enough that it might not directly connect there. It might like have a couple bridges or something.
Trying to go do the other side quest. Let's go! Do I want to order a pizza for like an hour or two from now? Or is that a bad idea?
I mean, it sounds like a fine idea. I'm not sure why you would pick an hour or two from now.
Because I'm not particularly hungry right now, but I know I'm going to be.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can.
I mean, the main reason I would do it is because I know that I'm not going to eat very much tomorrow.
You just not eat at work or something? While you work or something?
Not usually, no. I thought something aggroed on me.
Nah, the quest has me fighting some stuff.
I see.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Oh, is that Jason?
Yeah.
What are you doing here? Don't you have work?
I got up. I opened this morning.
Oh, cool. Welcome to the party.
John is streaming.
No, I figured as much. Time to drop
To
profanities.
all of me and maybe somebody else.
Yeah, there's another person.
Time to drop profanities.
I wasn't sure if the other person was you or Jathan.
I'm pretty sure it's either Sean or Brandon.
They were in here earlier, I guess, yeah.
I figured, Eric and them would still be playing games, but...
Are they not?
No.
They didn't look like it.
They probably
Sean
had
might have
some-
had to work tonight or something. I don't know,
Or-
that seems weird. It is Sunday.
Or they had some really rough games.
Also possible.
Probably there's
Sean said he would be on for a little bit, so it didn't sound like he'd be on the whole time. But it may have also coincided with rough games that the rest got off.
You're like, yeah, that's bounce.
Jathan, the story is so good.
It's so
Can't
good.
say anything, but oh god, it's good.
It's so good.
Okay, you see, if it has anything to do with politics,
It's
you're gonna
This
lose.
has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, we haven't really had a lot of political stuff. It's mostly just like dealing with
The very
Now you-
beginning was a little
espionage.
politicky.
Even
See, now
then,
you have me interested.
even then, I wouldn't say it was politics. It was more like trying to figure out the subterfuge that these people are
Yeah.
doing.
Well, at least that's gonna get. I'm interested now. I mean, also, now the question is there a lady boss?
Probably eventually.
I
There
mean,
hasn't been one yet,
Yeah,
but
technically there
oh,
was.
there's been a few, I guess.
Yeah, there's been a
I'm
couple.
talking like Shiva and what's it called?
Unsure.
What's her name?
Um,
Yosuyu? Lakshmi.
Yatsuyu,
Well,
Lakshmi, yeah.
Lakshmi is a kind of nothing against Lakshmi, but Yosuyu and Shiva are better.
Sure.
One's a dragon.
There haven't been any mommy female characters yet, no.
Well, then I'm sad.
But I will say there might be one coming up at some point.
But now the next question is, have you made it to the moon yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Funny
good,
enough,
'cause the
you
last-
go to the moon at level 83.
Yeah.
That's a weird flex.
Very early on.
Very,
No,
like,
that's-
surprisingly early on. Is what.
Good, because I was wondering how early you could go to the moon, because if you couldn't go to the moon any earlier than level
Like
83
90.
then
Yeah.
yeah, if it was like 87 I'd be like well,
I mean, it would make sense if the moon was.
That's what I expected.
If the story would end with going to the moon, but it didn't.
no, and that's what I appreciate, because it's like we hyped up the moon, guess what you're going to?
Very early on. The fucking moon, bitch.
Crazy concept, am I right?
Moon's haunted. Load shotgun aggressive leap. Why?
Fucking place kind magic drops mana crypt turn 1, then soul ring and lightning greaves.
Sorry,
No.
what was that?
One of the few one of the few things that Magic players, it's called Lure MTG. They have Friday night paper fight. So he played a Mana Crypt turn 1 and now played Lightning.
Soul Ring into Greaves.
No, he played Mana Crypt into Soul Ring, into Lightning Greaves.
Insane.
Yeah, and everyone agreed. Yeah, fuck this dude.
So he got killed.
I mean, it's turn 1, but yeah, 100% probably. And one dude's just playing goblins.
It's me.
Why is your name Pudding?
What?
One of the rabbits is named Pudding Way.
Putting it
Because
away?
They're in charge of making carrot pudding.
I get it. Pudding isn't like the food. Yeah, I'm confused. Maybe.
Oh yeah, we found the rabbit people, and they are adorable.
Okay, so what do you mean by rabbit people? Like
There's little rabbit people that aren't Vieira.
Okay, that's...
They live on the moon.
They are bunnies.
So they're the Lunarians.
Yes.
They're called Loperites.
And they're adorable.
Gotcha.
And they act exactly like you would expect moon bunnies to act. There's a hyper.
Aggressive and hostile.
A hyper is shit and dumb as hell.
Oh, I was expecting aggressive.
Not dumb, just ignorant.
Okay. Yeah, fair. But no, we've done 2 dungeons and a trial so far. All of which were
The trial was
very good.
A, really good. B, remarkably difficult.
Yeah, like surprisingly difficult for a normal trial. That shit was wild.
You're wild.
The last like 30% in particular, I was like, I literally just have to skip Ifrit phase. I can't get the hard cast of like an almost 3-second cast.
Yeah, no, the second half, I was like barely drawing cards. I got to the point where I would draw a card and just forget I had a card drawn until like 20 seconds later. I was like, oh, I should use this on someone.
Amazing.
But we did it. We solved it. It was a group of all newbies, so nobody knew what they were going to do.
And John figured it out and got every command possible.
I got all the commands because I was like, I think I've got it. Y'all can follow me. If you die, that's on me.
Was it left, right, up, down, left, A, B, B, C?
Surprisingly, yeah. Yeah, they hit us
at
with the
that speed as well.
Yeah, they hit us,
it was that.
They hit us with the Konami code in the middle of a race.
Nice.
Again, Marcus, I can't wait till he hits us with like 6 constellations in a row.
That's gonna be so bad.
It's gonna be so fun, but goddamn, is it gonna be hard?
Yeah.
No, you know what he's gonna do?
Also, they'll be bigger. Like.
No, my guess.
It'll be instead of a 3x3, it'll be a 4x4.
Okay, I was thinking that it might still be a 3x3, but what he's gonna do is he's gonna put out those like the cone or the box symbols.
Oh God.
At the same time, so
yeah,
that seems far more likely to me.
That does seem.
If we get in there and he does that shit, I'm gonna fucking scream.
I will too. Or it'll rotate at the same time. No.
Oh, it might rotate too.
Oh no.
What if it does all 3 at once, Marcus?
Some of the rotations won't matter, I guess, because like when it's the corners will still be the thing, but others will. Very scary though.
Fun. Terrifying. Jathan.
What?
Bring me pizza.
No.
Okay. What if I said please?
The thought will be considered.
Okay. Could you please bring me pizza?
No, that's already, the moment has passed.
Damn it.
Can you please bring me pizza?
Ooh. Now, if you had asked when I was over by your house,
Yeah. No, I did that as a joke to see if you would say yes when you said no to John.
oh no,
I don't
but like,
actually need pizza.
no, I know, but if you had asked when I was at your like right next to your house, I probably would have been like, I'm gonna stay here for a bit.
When were
Yeah.
you by his house?
He works by my house, John.
Shit, you right?
Oh, there's one thing I forgot to like say when we were talking about the whole chapter 336 today. There's nothing saying that I can't remember the invisible girl's name. Hagakure?
Hagakure?
Hagakure, yeah. There's nothing saying Hagakure isn't also a villain.
Seems a little unlikely, but not impossible.
I would 100% love that. They're like, she was like, oh, I gotta go tell, like, report to somebody, right? Like, report to, you know.
I mean, she got Deku, so.
No, Deku just showed up.
No, she brought him there.
Oh.
He says Hagakure told me or something.
No, he said I was looking for you because you were sad, and I found you in the woods. That's what happened. Like, she had turned around to go get him, and then he was right there.
I could say the other thing. Let me check.
Wait, am I fighting? Okay.
Yes, you're fighting some of them. Hagakure just told me what she heard, that the traitor is in our midst is you.
Oh. Okay.
You guys are definitely saying words.
Literally words you read earlier today, John.
Oh.
Oh
yeah.
I only actually remembered, you know, the whole. I was coming to look for you because you were feeling sad lately, so.
I like how that bait and switch does real hard. I felt for
With the, like, just boss in general.
Huh?
With the boss in general.
No, the thing with MHA.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Fucking hook, line, and sinker. These guys are... Oh, never mind.
Time to go try and get the rest of the ether currents on the moon.
Oh, what's the, you know, name of the area you're on the moon?
The moon.
Mare Lamentorum or something like that?
No, you're just supposed to say the moon and see if he believes you, Marcus.
That would be funny. But no, that name was revealed already, so.
I don't pay attention to things, so.
That is true. I figured that was the case given that you asked, but.
Even, let's be real here.
It would have been relatively easy to verify.
Yeah. Even if I did hear that name, I probably would have just been like, ah, cool.
Yeah, it's the Mare Lamentorum.
That's kind of long. I would have gone with, you know, lunar landing. You know.
But it was made before the English language, so it had to sound fancy.
True.
That's fine. That's an okay response to that.
Granted, all the Loperids changed their name to make more sense to people, so.
Well, yeah, but that's
which they kind of failed at, but you know, they tried.
They do have new names that we can actually physically speak, which is pretty good.
That is a good step, I guess. That is a good start. That is true. Is the moon teleports under other? Yeah, that's fair.
Wild.
And what, pray
We
tell, do
able
we
to
seek at the
go up
Watcher's
here?
Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend.
Yes,
You know
we
full
are.
well why we're here. The time has come
400
for you
north.
to return to Etheris.
The Chlorophyll Grot, maybe?
Prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
What a weird little area. It's just like a little extension on the circle, but there's nothing up here except some random enemies.
Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Okay, it looks like that's not it. It's further north than that.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
It looks like that doesn't have a bridge
what a
yet.
cute response.
What?
The bunnies seeing us run up and having the surprised thing go on.
Be at ease.
Oh, yeah.
They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand?
I found one of the ether currents. I can't get to it yet, though.
For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction.
It's on the same little platform that the one Allegan quest is, though.
It is clear you have
can get up there.
spared no effort.
I have not figured out how yet.
Go near the spores. And there's a bridge at the place where you had to like protect Oriange.
I'm not sure I understand what
Yeah.
you're
And then there's a bridge like way behind him.
Yes, yes.
Names are an expression of the self. A declaration
Yeah,
of
okay.
one's hopes and aspirations.
I wasn't sure if
Your use of
I wasn't sure if there was a way to get up from the other
nomenclature
direction.
doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love
Have you done that one yet?
of Etheris is
I've not done the
boundless
side quest,
and
but I grabbed the
pure.
ether current.
Ah. I'm going to do both, I guess. Because I've got everything at this point other than the ether currents and that one side quest, so.
Loporrits were born of Hydalen's love for Etheris.
The fact that there's 3 left still is confusing me, though, that's for sure. I guess there's one down there, one over there.
Life and possibilities.
The boy Drake.
For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was
Oh,
to
hey,
be
I found you in a
those she
cutscene.
cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of
We didn't
Etheris
get all the
are
side
beyond
quest ether
counting,
currents already. I would
and
think we'd
span
be
the
coming
length
back,
and
but
breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their
so
lifetimes
much of it
to
hasn't
exploratory
been an area
pursuits,
we've been taken
to
to.
venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend,
And you just walk up the cliff. See?
I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Damn, Urianger is smooth with his
A
wording.
judicious application of fey magics at
The
a
pudding
later
wave
juncture
thing.
may
Just
be appropriate.
I know, just gloss over it.
And living way.
I'm sure it's a good name.
No easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative.
One ether current left, baby.
Let's go!
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Yes.
Agreed.
Benefactors.
The Charleyan Forum, yes?
Yep. Called it.
How did you know?
The Charleyan
The more
thing?
I heard, the more obvious it became.
Yeah.
The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Wait, 922 Northwest. It's in the place?
What place?
I didn't realize I had missed one in the underground, like,
the bunny
carrot place.
Yeah, it's at the very back corner of the carrots. I found it.
I missed that one, apparently.
I also did it until I went back to do side quests, and then I found it. Haha!
Well, I missed it. But I'm still a side quest ahead of you, I believe so.
Correct. I need to finish one side quest and get a 1 ether current, which I'm currently doing, but you will probably
Oh,
beat
and you
me.
don't have the ether current either.
No, there was one that I missed, and I don't know. I think it's. I honestly
There were 2 in the area by the spaceship.
Yeah, but one of them wasn't by the spaceship entirely, was it?
You had to, like, go down a small cliff, but you could go down it.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Ah, fuck. I forget that teleporting to a place with mounts allowed, you don't get off your mount.
Oh, did you accidentally... Did you teleport, realize you screwed up?
No, I
Or
teleported and then
realized you thought you weren't mounted, clicked mount?
Yeah, that would be correct.
It'd be that way sometimes.
It do, and it make me sad.
Nerd, I'm gonna be able to fly before you.
Oh, you're right, and it makes me sad.
Granted, you could fly in Garlemald and I can't, so...
You can't fly in Garlemald still?
I didn't ever pick up the one last ether current because we went straight to the moon.
Amazing.
There's one just somewhere in the middle of the city that I missed.
Oh yeah, no, it's hiding. It's like inside a destroyed building. So just a little heads up there. They hid that one much better than any of the others so far.
I don't know, this one in the far corner is a little bit,
It's on top of a building.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's,
I think the issue was, unless you went deeper into the carrots, the ether currents outside of the place showed up on the ether compass first.
That's what happened to me.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I wasn't close enough. But now I have flight. Freebird, Mare Lamentorum. What a fun achievement name. Don't accept this teleport request until you know, actually have to go over there. Which will be after you finish this quest / Aether Current, so.
Yeah, I'm just doing the Aether Current quest. So as soon as I am done, I will be accepting that teleport. For free.
Hello, Garlemald, I am back.
So what are you doing, Jathan? Cool.
I will just finish eating dinner.
Oh, nice. What you eat?
Noodles and hot dogs.
And like noodles with sauce, or you just had like butter noodles?
I'm gonna assume that means macaroni and Little Smokies.
No, just buttered noodles and hot dogs on a bun.
Alright, that works too. Those are both like barbecue food, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
And the Aether Current in Garlemald.
It was really well hidden, right?
The one you're thinking of might be one I already got. This one's just like in a tower that has like all its walls knocked out.
Yeah. It's like at the back of the tower.
I mean, it's like in the middle. on a bunch of rubble, so it's visible from the outside.
See, I came at it from an angle where I did not have good vision of it because of the smoke.
Okay, sure.
Because I grabbed it before we were heading to go do the train station, whereas I'm assuming you went backwards towards it.
Yes. Which, funny enough, that wall is one of the few that's not blocked out, so like I had to see it through a bit of a window.
I was here earlier and I'm mad.
Yep. It's okay, you're almost there.
So here's a question for you, Marcus, that I want your opinion on.
Sure.
So you know how WoW and Destiny have vaulted content where, like, because the game is too big, they had to lock stuff away?
Yeah.
Do you think they can do that with Final Fantasy XIV?
Yes.
Probably not.
I don't think it can.
Just because, like, since it's one continuous story.
Yeah, it's because the difference is that it's a single player story that's been adapted to be an MMO rather than the
Like,
other way around.
The only way would be if the next expansion, like, offered to be a starting point, and so it was an option not to download some of the earlier stuff somehow.
Which could be the case because they had that.
But even then, I would prefer for it to be an option and still allow you to go from the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe that like they would put it into New Game Plus or something, because maybe it'll have thanks for playing through the first arc. Because remember, when you finish the 6th Umbral era, right? It has that whole thank you for everybody that was, or like a rest in peace / thank you to everybody that was in the 1.0 of the game.
Yeah.
I was wondering if they would have that.
I mean, I doubt they could thank every player again. There's that at the time there were few of them. Now there's too many.
No, there was still a lot. They definitely had a whole list where you could skip through it to find like names and such. Remember?
Yeah, but John,
Hi.
that wasn't that many.
There's millions of players now.
I'm just wondering if it's something they might do. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I doubt they would do the list of names again.
That's fair. But do you think they would vault content and only make it accessible if you wanted to do it?
Yes.
I think that could happen.
Okay.
As long as it's still accessible as well, I don't particularly have an issue with it.
And as long as they didn't make any references too far back.
Well, I think
don't.
Yeah.
That's like the issue is not making the references.
Yeah, because it's all one continuous story, like we've said. So it's like, how can you not reference stuff in the past? Who do I need to talk to? Speak with Lucia. Ah, yes, there currently is a chocobo where I believe she will be standing. Oh, nope, she's elsewhere. Cutscene. Let's fucking go!
God, I love that my current hat is a top hat with an with a monocle.
Good old
Very
Castor
funny.
Here.
No, I do not need to teleport to Camp Broken Glass. I already have been there. Oh god, the 1459 gil teleport. No!
Thanks for the free teleport, baby.
No!
I appreciate that they got rid of the cap. Makes me laugh.
I think there's still
It pains me
technically
a little
cap,
bit.
but
No,
it's
like-
just like too extreme.
I was actually about to say, even though I have literally made money through the expansion, but actually I haven't. I made money when I was in Thavnair, but I've lost it since. Ah, Charlian. Good music.
Oh, I just realized we're gonna get like hard modes of past dungeons, aren't we?
Do they do that anymore?
I'm
Like,
pretty...
I don't think they did it for Shadowbringers, right?
Did they not? I feel like they had a
think
hard
so.
mode or two. Well, the issue is that the hard modes for dungeons, a good chunk of the time are like dungeons in the past. I don't think they can do it for Shadowbringers specifically because it's on a different world. But like,
feasible, I guess, yeah.
Matoya's Relict, maybe a hard mode.
Yeah, maybe.
Or whatever it's called. I say Matoya's Relic. The one where we get the Porksy.
Yeah, I mean, that one is arguably a hard mode of a different Matoya dungeon. Just a completely different place, but same vibe.
Fair.
Wait, did I get my boots already? Did I forget, or my hat? New hat? Did I forget to equip the new hat? I don't think I have yet. Nah, he's chilling on the moon.
Today's Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love how so many people in Charlian are wearing the level 60 Shire gear.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Which, it makes sense, it's just, I find it cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice consistency, I guess.
Yeah, like a nice little, oh yeah, this is kind of where it all came from. Jace can explain why. Yo, so there's rabbits on the moon. Honestly, if not coming from the champion of Eorzea, they would probably think whoever's spouting this is absolutely mad.
Yeah.
Oh, my back. This looks like it's going to be a voiced cutscene.
Yeah.
So talk over it.
No, please.
That would be funny.
Don't do that.
I could scream. I could scream for 2 minutes straight.
I'm unfortunately in the same cutscene, so I think I have to be the one to talk constantly.
See, what I can do is hit the deafen button, and then I don't have to deal with the issues.
I guess
that's true, but do you have voice to speak in your Twitch chat?
I can turn it off real quick.
I do have 90,000 channel points.
I got 30,000.
Shit.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talofferoi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad.
I'll deafen myself.
Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders.
No, I just think it's funny. I'll deafen myself.
However, are another matter altogether.
You get, voice chat on, right? And your Twitch chat.
Prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final
7 quintessilion 777 quatuor decillion 777 redecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777.
He deafened himself for half a second.
777 million 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion,
so I see it went through.
77 quadrillion,
oh, he did the voice chat thing.
I did.
777 billion, 777 million, 777,777.
Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
You see, John, this was really your fault.
Yeah, no, it was my idea.
Well, no, you try to play. You try to play. You're like,
if you would.
I'll just stop my friends from doing something, and then your
And
friends
also, John, I was vaguely nice and did a shorter-ish one.
I appreciate that.
You copy.
It could have been much longer.
270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea.
Oh,
this much is public knowledge. Their findings,
turns
however,
out the moon is just essentially
would become
Germany.
the Forum's most closely guarded secret.
Definitely not that. It is something, but it's not that.
In the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon.
He said the line.
A gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Njunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge. Not merely for the betterment of our nation, but
Why
in
did something
preparation
fall?
for the journey to come.
From where? What was it?
It's to us now? By the gods,
Are you talking about like at your actual house?
At my actual house. I think it fell into the trash can, whatever it was.
With certainty, we
But
believe
doesn't your
the
trash
hour
can
to
have a
be nigh.
lid?
We
It's
received
different
a
trash
transmission
can.
from the moon suggesting as much not long ago.
I have like a little one in my
Which
office.
is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus.
No, I don't see what it was yet.
But aren't you in your
For his
office?
impressive
I am. I didn't see what
and the
fell.
leadership he demonstrated during our
Was
withdrawal
it this?
from Dravania.
That wouldn't have been in the
We
trash.
have elected
It's next to it,
Master
though. I don't know.
Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Great.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after,
There's a new quest on Charlie.
we
On
will
Charlie.
brave a new frontier.
Side quest specifically.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes.
Oh no.
It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Whoever.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
Either I was right, or whatever one you pick is who it is.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and
I see you got to hear Alphino say the line as well.
But we believe there is still another way.
Such a good line.
It really is.
Every time it's said, I'm like, oh, there it is. I love it.
We will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Oh no.
Okay.
Y'all okay?
You know.
No is the
John hasn't
answer.
even got to the part that I'm not okay about.
I know. I can't wait to get there.
This level 83
Craving a
quest
midnight
are
snack, were you?
Ninjarian anyway. Is
I
it a
did
role
consider
quest,
bringing
maybe?
a few sweets, but decided this wasn't an
I
appropriate
doubt it.
occasion.
I would see more of them, I think.
I couldn't sleep. Had a few things on my mind. I know it's late, so I'll try not to.
Oh, it's just another hunt quest.
It's Xenos. I keep thinking back to Garlemald when he'd taken control of your body.
Wow. Whatever, it gives like a 10,000 XP or something.
To say the least, and one that served as a harsh reminder. No one, no matter how strong or quick or clever, is invincible. Not even you. And as much as it might seem at times that you are, one misstep, one mistake, and that's that.
My new hat is like a train conductor's hat.
I know you've heard it 1,000 times before. I'm going to tell you to take better care of yourself.
Very fun.
Because you really, really should. It goes without saying that we're all committed to this fight. But that doesn't mean.
Who did you
that we
pick to
need
talk to
throw
you out of
our
curiosity?
lives away. You know
Graha.
Did he show up?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because
I was wondering the same thing. I'm like, if you pick somebody else, I wonder what happened.
Right, that's settled. We'll be keeping the acts of gratuitous bravado
The
to a
worst
minimum.
character in 14, you mean?
Hi, Mana. Yeah, you should probably leave because
I mean,
spoilers
given that
and
you don't
Mana.
really know him as a character, I guess
Oh,
you
hold
can
up.
feel that way.
I gotta stop this. Mana, it's so fucking good. Holy shit. You gotta keep me posted on your progress because I want to know how you feel about things. But hope you have a good night. And yeah, probably don't want to stay for spoilers. Dude, how is healing that shit? Fuck that. That first dungeon, ass and a half. Fun, but healing it was stressful for me. But yeah, you should probably leave because we're getting kind of spoilery. But thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. I'm glad you have fun. The next dungeon, fun. The trial afterwards, holy shit. Yeah, bye-bye. Did I just...
What's that, John?
Nothing. I see a red mage. Wait,
I mean, Alisei is one.
No, I saw the red mage instructor next to the dancer instructor.
Yes. Yes, you do see. You also see some other people in the next little bit.
What the fuck? I was not expecting that.
I know. I was like, neat little Easter egg, I guess.
Wait, if he's there, then where's Arya?
All the towers have up and vanished.
I haven't done Red Mage, so I do not know the quest. The answer to
Basically,
your
the
question.
other disciple that's
Commander
with you.
Aldin and his troops help keep casualties to a minimum too.
Off doing non-disciple things like you.
But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not.
This is a 1600 gil teleport. What the heck?
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters.
Anyway,
among
John's
the
pretty
lot,
much at the
but
thing
I
that I
can't
was
say
like,
I'm
oh
eager to
no.
welcome them home.
Won't need to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Who are you, good sir? Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Another day, another commission.
I can get a
of
great
paramount
owl.
importance.
Nice.
You see him. He's Arendelle.
Well, what have we here?
Yeah, Aaronville Sidirgu is also there if you noticed him in the background.
No, I did not.
Yeah, Sid plus the girl. I don't remember her name.
Are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much worse?
Oh no. I guess I should have realized that.
Ominous. Ominous? What is? What that? Oh, okay. New track.
Oh, you remembered to do your glamour plate while you were in Charlian, I see.
Yeah.
I did not. I'm out here looking doofy still.
You're doofy.
He is doofy. This music is mildly
Ominous.
disconcerting.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, man. The worst part is I'm dumb and hadn't done the side quests in this area yet.
Biking, oh god, no, fucking, okay, I'll have to watch that later, I guess. Apparently, I now have something to watch before I go to bed, because Biking got announced for fucking Guilty Gear Strive.
Neat.
She is a big booba samurai lady with one arm.
Neat.
So Marcus.
Yeah, Marcus's thing.
I definitely, in fact, have the big booba, I guess, sure. My 110 pounds 80
Yeah,
of them are boobs.
Yeah, I would say 80 of them are booba.
Yeah, 80% of the weight is just booba.
I'm surprised they announced her and not fucking like a good chunk of other characters they could have announced, but whatever. I'm not going to complain. I'm curious to see what she do.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
Ow. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a thing going on.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas.
I haven't like any of the ether currents in this area.
Ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage.
That one is unreachable. Okay.
To say they came forth would be...
No, I guess.
Inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
What did you get to?
The people themselves.
Ah, yeah. I was like, what? Oh, I guess I should have realized it given the prior scene.
The first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies.
It's a good name.
The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island.
Blasphemies.
I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Alright, one Aether current quest done.
I'll
I'll do the other one later. It's at the other teleport, so.
He knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
Is this the dungeon?
I don't know. I'm wondering the same thing. I think it's just the other area of the map, but like they gave it like the dungeon trust group to be here.
Okay, so the number of times this expansion has zoomed in on somebody clenching their fist is a little over the top, I think.
Let's go.
Oh. I was wrong, it is a dungeon. It is in fact a dungeon.
Ah.
I assume it's to get to the other place, but it is in fact a dungeon.
It is a dungeon where we just go to another part of the island. Damn, that's actually really soon that we're getting a dungeon.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, our last one was a whole area, 2 areas ago, you know?
2 areas? It was on the moon.
It was on Garlemald. We didn't have a dungeon on the moon.
Yeah, technically, but like, there wasn't much space in between that dungeon and the trial, you know?
That is true. But there was a decent amount of space after the trial. Like, combine them together and you probably get the normal space. At least leveling-wise we did. We're 85, so... We also did the dungeon at what, like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock or something?
Yeah, something around there. I think it was 4.
4.5 hours later. I mean, that's like reasonable.
Vanaspati now available. Alright, let me know when you're ready to queue.
I am, I guess.
Alrighty. On to the next one.
Yep. God, I like you playing healer.
You're welcome, bitch.
Honestly, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You'd be in queue for a hot minute. Like
I would have had time to do the ether current.
Fine, next time I won't queue with you.
I'm kidding, please no.
Like a radishes. Baboon. Those disgusting things.
Yeah.
Probably one of my least favorite enemy designs.
This beginning already reminds me of Holminster Switch.
It very much is. I think it, except instead of, you know, white, it's red.
Yeah.
Oh. There's something in the distance. It'd be Travitra.
Yeah. Oh, it's Vitra.
My friends, heed me. These are children.
Yeah, why are these ones aggroed on me?
Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Thanks to Lesson taking the aggro on them. Are they ranged or something? What's up? Okay, he has them now.
If this is the only way.
Sorry, Vitra, but your people are,
Just now checked the potencies on some of my skills because, like, I know what the strong ones are in theory. And Kindle Bahamut for Akmorn, 1300, much more than it used to be.
Saved a lot of damage. Well, it's because they got rid of all the dots. They had to up your potencies like quite a bit to make up for it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm an idiot.
Why?
Oh, I had all the seals I needed, and then I decided to play a card anyway, and it fucked everything.
Nice.
Yeah, say thanks. It was on you.
I appreciate it.
Good. Yo, where did he gain all this healing? Warrior, what the fuck?
What do you mean?
This warrior was at like 20,000, then he self-healed. I didn't apply any regens or anything. He just went up to 100%.
Warrior do that, John.
Apparently, she. fucking bosses from the Crystal Tower slap. No, they was slapping.
I'm faster.
Yeah, you hit sprint. Congrats.
Yeah, you didn't. Oh no. This one really is a whole Minster Switch theme.
Yeah. Malfa.
How did you know which one was right?
It was the one that wasn't opening its mouth.
Oh, I didn't even notice one of them was... Or I didn't notice any of them were opening their mouth.
Yeah, 3 of them had their mouths just nom nomming.
God, I'm so happy you can't, like...
They're also the ones that are talking.
Oh, yeah, I see, yeah.
Oh, that's fucked. Okay, and today we learned that shit hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually really bad for me. Last hope. Wait, what? Oh, you go in the direction.
Was that a mechanic I was able to avoid somehow, or did I just, you know, get the mechanic?
It was not a mechanic. It's, you remember doing the, 24-mans?
Which ones?
Stormblood?
I remember they exist.
There was a mechanic in one of them where an arrow would spin above your head, and you would walk in the direction it was pointing.
Yes.
Yeah, that was that.
Right, but, like, was there a way for me not to get it?
Oh, no.
Okay. Whoops, muscle memory accidentally had me click the AoE Phoenix button. Oh. Oh no, no, I need to be going that way. Okay, cool.
What is this?
Ooh, I'll hit lead on that.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Guy has Nidhogg Slayer as his title while we're literally like helping Ridra.
Horse.
Oh, these ones are big.
Well, I guess we go.
Very funny. We actually couldn't pull any further.
I was wondering if I'd place my star here or not.
No. No, no!
No, 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 no. Do not.
I dang it!
Did John wipe because he's bad?
No, it's just sad what just happened.
Oh, and then, yeah.
No! Oh.
Oh my lord. What the fuck, Square Enix? You can't
Sad.
just do that.
Sad, like, main character dying, or sad, like...
I mean...
Side character we've never met. Sadness happening too.
Yeah, very sad.
Okay, I'm not...
Literally unnamed side character.
You know, just a mother and her children.
Oh, okay. You know what? That's sad. I'll give you that. You guys were just like, unnamed side character dies with child, and I should feel bad. What? Bad what? I'm gonna leave you guys for tonight.
Okay, you have a good night.
Okay,
Okay,
peace. Have fun with whatever.
He's going to bed.
Mostly.
That's cool, I don't need gear anyway, smile.
Yeah, I got some.
Shut the fuck up, Marcus.
Okay, I'm opening this other chest. It's not for you, but you know, I tried.
Why? Take this, more damage. Yo, it's the Bloodstarved beast from Bloodborne.
Yeah, sure. I've played that game.
Damn it, Marcus.
I actually haven't. Other than like maybe once for a short period of time. Middle? Where's my surecast? There.
What?
Get in a bubble. No! Somebody took my bubble.
This is fine. Everything is fine.
Oh god, it includes burn damage.
Correct!
Oh, it's a lot of burn damage.
Correct!
Wait, did you not get a bubble either?
No, I didn't.
Oh no.
Wait, did they do it?
No, they're still fighting it.
I wasn't noticing the tank taking any damage. Oh, that dude's dead.
Now they're starting to. The Reaper also was doing fine on health.
Yeah, he failed to get into a bubble, it looks like.
Oh, yep, he has the burn debuff.
Wait. Oh, I just noticed this thing has an elephant snout for a tail.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, its entire rear end is elephant.
Oh, yeah. Wild. What's the front end?
We don't want to talk about that, Marcus.
Yes. I feel like it may be recognizable if we register that the back is an elephant. Maybe not. Maybe not, actually, yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
Oh, and now he's getting fire.
Gotcha.
You could see him pick it up from the fire.
Yep, and there's a little pond over here to the right. That's where he gets the water.
Okay. Man, this might actually just... Like, he ate a stack marker by himself. Now he's grabbing water, yeah. It's always so much easier to see what's going on when you don't have to actually worry about any of it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can eat the stack marker again. Only half is
Without issue, Jesus.
And a tank buster.
Fine. Fine, he's got his healing shenanigans up soon, I think, maybe. If lucky.
The fact that he's been in there alone for 14 to 15%. I think it's because the boss has a lot of like avoidable damage.
Yeah. Is it even autoing?
It autos when it's not casting anything. But the issue is
Okay,
it
yeah,
casts
that is a little bit.
It
It casts a
lot.
bunch of the time, yeah.
Yeah, like this is just raid wide, which to him is pittance.
Yeah, okay, sure. Unholy water. Oh, it's when it summons the water, okay, sure. And it's picking up more water. Going to do its knockback. He's already at full because he heals so much. You know, Paladin used to be the job for soloing stuff. It might be Warrior now after I'm seeing this.
Yeah, this is kind of bonkers.
He was at full health more often than he wasn't. More gear for me.
This dude literally just linked his Twitch.
Yeah. I'm curious to look at it and see how many people are watching him.
Marcus. I have some concerns.
Why?
One, the sky.
Yeah. It's only 5 people watching him, it's fine.
And 2, we're leading to whatever the hell that statue is of. Which I fully expect to be a boss.
Yeah, that's cool looking. Sorry, I was ignoring the ambiance of the dungeon to check his Twitch.
And?
He has 5 viewers.
Better than me.
Yeah.
Good on him. Does he have like face cam or anything? Is he talking or?
I did not look that closely. I went back to yours.
Fair enough.
God, all of the monk slash like ranged gear has come up.
I know.
There's been 2 caster gears, I guess. Somebody hasn't rolled on it yet, though.
God, why does Equilibrium heal for so much? Sheesh. Okay. Really, 2 moon seals. Oh, great. Or I should say crescent seals. I think. That might actually be.
There you go.
Oh, just I'm mad because the deck of fates cucked me.
Ah.
I got 2 moon seals in a row. You know what I don't need? Oh.
Sun seal.
It's a 4x4 already spotted. Yeah, I don't need that many.
Yeah, I see that too.
It's a dragon. The worst dragon I've ever seen.
I don't like that. Oh, hey, we have a path. Thanks.
Just an arm. It's our bond.
I feel like that they're referencing something. I don't know what, but something.
I hate it.
Sounds Indian slash like Hindu.
Does not make me like it.
Hey, there's a thing for you finally.
If you see color on your screen, stand opposite.
I guess I see what's up. Go to the opposite, he said?
Yes.
Okay. That's an interesting mechanic, having it be like something specifically on your screen.
Yeah, because there wasn't even a debuff for it that I saw.
I wasn't looking, but... Now I have to hard cast 2 3-second spells. God, this part's annoying. Oh. Well, this isn't too hard.
There's shit on the ground too.
I know.
Oh, they're fast though.
Yeah. Oh, you can go outside. Good to know.
Not if you want to live. Fuck.
The you can was more of a you. Oh, I got knocked out there.
Gotcha.
Not a wow. That's great that you can.
Oh, I'm a fucking moron. I almost went to the wrong side.
Okay. Look at my turban.
Nice. Ugh.
A samurai sword. Boring. Oh, don't forget, by running the dungeon you got new gear.
Oh yeah.
Like completing it got you some.
I got one.
I got gloves. Oh good, no corpse.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Please tell me that was
Indeed.
not his eye.
We saw it plain, but you didn't, did you?
What was the question?
Nothing.
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete,
Was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Man, we gotta get to the moon, people to the moon fast. Even if they don't stay there, like...
Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, Aiwan? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it will do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land.
Oh, he has both his eyes.
Take
That's
me
why.
with you.
Oh.
Were my words
I didn't register that.
I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your
Do you think if disaster strikes, Ishgard will get Racefelger's help?
Which I know you love.
What was that?
If this once this like hits Ishgard as well, do you think Racefelger will help?
Absolutely.
Dope. Do you think we will get to talk with him?
Then I pray thy grip is iron.
Good. I hope so.
Be it on thy head.
Wow, do I want die or money? Money.
Yes.
Now, shall we?
Mega Duda.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. while I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
I wonder if we can attune to the Aetheryte here yet.
My guess is yes.
I hope so.
How's the weather faring in Razatan? Apocalypse. Nice.
Does it say that?
Yeah.
Amazing.
You can check. It's on the top right of your compass.
Ah, yeah. Nice. Very fun. By the way, you can in fact not get the Aetheryte here yet.
Still, fuck.
Maybe talking to somebody will fix it. Oh, whoa, that's neat. Somebody's like, I remember those blank eyes, like picking a color. Oh, wait, that might be referencing Graha.
Red.
He said red. Yeah.
That would be Graha's
My eyes are like a reddish color, so I thought maybe. But Graha is right by me, so it might be that. Oh. Is this where... Oh, this is where, like, the tome gear and stuff will be, I think. Because there's a quest called Expanding House of Splendors.
Ooh.
Just can't grab it yet. Where am I supposed to... Oh, down. Right there.
My eye is twitching.
I know.
What's up?
Can I do glamour plates here? I can.
Oh, hello everybody. How's everybody's Sunday night going? It's fucking late. I've been playing for a lot, and this game is fucking good. Hopefully y'all are probably doing the same, to be honest.
Man, this would be a beautiful view if it wasn't, you know,
on fire.
Apocalypse.
Again, how's the weather in Razathan? Apocalypse. Neat. Interesting. We're learning something. quest. They give us an accompany quest. That way we can't just teleport. Those bastards. They knew what they were doing.
Are you telling me you already got the comma location?
Yes.
Did you really go through this place to get every single one?
What do you mean?
Like all the little teleports?
Oh, no.
But
Sorry.
you got the comma one?
No, sorry. When I misunderstood the question when you said I got the comma one, I didn't know you were talking about aetheryte shards.
Oh, so you couldn't teleport closer to the...
No, the best I could do would be to go to like the entrance and then go from there.
Sure, okay.
I am gonna go get this extra one that's hiding over here for no reason. God, this expansion has been so good so far.
Honestly.
And we are only on level 85 quests.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're probably close to 6. I would hope. I know you are level 86, so you know.
What about you? Oh, you're 85.
85. I'm 80? Or no. Yeah, 80,000 off it looks like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just barely turned to 86. I've only got...
You've probably done a couple more side quests, because I haven't done the one in Labyrinthos, and I haven't done the other one here yet.
Yeah, that, and I did a couple roulettes on Astro yesterday.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Only trials and normal raids, because I'm a lazy fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's still some.
It's better than not. It's cool that they put in these little, like, conversation zones.
All of these ones are just ask for directions, though, and it's like, man, I've got a map.
We were told where to go. Still, it's cool that they did it.
I like it. This one just feels weird. Because it's like, we have a map. We know where we're supposed to go. Oh, no. I believe I have that teleport. No, god dang it, Graha's following us, so it doesn't matter. Oh, hey, that's a neat sightseeing spot. Honestly, it could get me a level. But it would also make me take the long way around to this next quest.
So, no. This Pariga.
There's apparently another way to this one. Maybe it wasn't the long way then.
Oh, I see what you mean by the sightseeing spot.
Yeah. Worth mentioning, there is another entrance to the place that you're going. It might not be awful to get that sightseeing spot.
Oh. Well, I guess I've committed at this point.
Yeah. It might be fine. Like, it looks like the place has an entrance from the lower floor and the upper floor, so.
Wait. Graha? Where'd you go?
I see him. He's to the left of you. Oh. He was to the left of you like 30 seconds
Damn
ago.
it! I lost Graha.
I saw where he was. He was on the bottom floor with you.
No,
he's
gone. I have
he
to go
he
get
was
him.
chilling by himself though. He might be where you originally picked him up.
You shouldn't be able to see my Graha.
No, I'm watching your stream.
Is he still here? So jump down
He was
there.
down those steps and to the left. You were well past the steps already.
Nah, he went back because the quest is gone and I have to go pick him up again from the blue marker.
That's unfortunate for you then.
Because
I did see him for a second.
My guess is that I got too far away too quickly and he just despawns if you're that far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gave me a message. You have lost sight of Graha to you. Speak with him again to reform your party. And there we go. Hi, Graha. You know, you can attune to these aetherites too, and we can go to the same places. A wild concept. And maybe try it.
Very funny.
I have come up with a workaround.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you swapping to a class that runs faster?
Maybe. No, I definitely didn't switch to level 80 Bard so that I could use Peloton.
Very funny. I want to see you get to me because of this quest is funny.
It's funny.
Some characters it would look fine on, but on me it looks funny. You're almost here. You're above me. Jump down.
If I do that, I'm going to lose Graha and I'm going to scream if that happens again.
I did not lose him when I jumped, is all I'm saying.
Where for art, though?
Give me a second, sorry.
You know what? I'm just going to quest.
Okay. Where are you at?
I am talking to quest people.
Oh, you're in that room. Cool, I have to head over to that room. I'll walk over there. And by head over to that room, that's not true, but... Oh, you're in the cutscene, you coward. I guess I'll just do the quest. One of the crates is funny when you pick it up because it's big.
Little tiny box.
Yeah, the tiny one's fine. You get like 2 small ones and then big box. And the big one is really funny. Especially if you are not a big character.
Medium box. I bet the little one looks really weird with a like a Hrothgar or a
yeah.
What are they called?
Rogadin.
Yeah, Rogadins carrying them like daintily. Big box.
The big box is really fun.
Weighty crate.
Just, carrying it over your head.
As you do.
For like a Hrothgar, I think it'd look fine because they're kind of already hunched over and whatnot.
They're still heavy.
Did I get my new button?
I know I did.
I know, I just got something. Let me double check what it is. Crimson Cyclone, Crimson Strike, Mountain Buster, and Slipstream. Yeah, okay. How do I cast those? What button are they on? Is it the Enkindle button, maybe?
Maybe?
No, it's on. Okay, it's on the Death Flare / the Phoenix Heal. And that's why the mom changed first.
Yep. And then the kids change after. Or are you ahead of me? Are you talking about what I just read?
Mix of both.
Okay.
They just spelled it out further in the well, then people who saw it were messed up from it and did too. And it's like, okay, sure.
Hey, Stoller.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
It's voiced.
Indeed.
Yep.
We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
So if we're all happy, nobody
If
gets
I
turned
may,
into demons.
There was another detail that troubled me.
If only we would tell these people that.
We have it on good authority.
I mean, that's not gonna help,
Karzal's
let's be real.
transformation took place
Even if
before
we
the
tell them.
skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap!
The Satrap!
Thank the heavens!
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share.
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no, indeed.
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman. Ah, I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you...
Oh no.
But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Balaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
Slightly good thing happened.
We will
That's
spare no
alright.
effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
I liked when I went to Yishtol and you saw fucking Thancred do a flying leap in the background at a bitch.
Yeah. Oh, you're at the part that I said oh no to.
Oh, big oh no.
Yeah.
You must save them.
Oh no.
My son. Enough. You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes. You will survive. You must.
Oh, okay, Graha.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, a vaguely good thing happened.
I mean, just another person didn't die, I suppose.
Yeah. As I said, vaguely good.
Hey, Stola wasn't an Astro. She doesn't get that button. I don't think she was an Astro at any point.
No, but she's had that button for a long time.
Groha, you okay?
I see why Titan is the most damaging one.
Be strong, my friends.
You get to use his big ability, like
a lot.
How Bahamut has Death Throw. You get to use his 3 times.
We will defeat these abominations.
It's insane. What is
Brave
the
men and
potency
women
on
of
it?
the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid.
Mountain Buster. 150? Okay, I guess not that insane. Comparably, I don't know. 3 times 150 is 450, whereas the other 2 are 430, and you get them once.
Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Damn, Graha. Okay. Reminded us that, hey, yeah, no, he led a nation, essentially.
Yeah.
Leave the city to
Good
us
for him.
And make for Palaka's stand at once. Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right.
Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Oh. Now we get the new area. Dope. I'm confused. Where the heck is this person? Ah. God, what if this happens to one of the Scions? They wouldn't do that, right?
Well, they absolutely would. My issue is, like, which ones?
They wouldn't do it, right?
They absolutely would.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Nah.
It's gotta be one of the twins so they'll do it too.
I would hope that if a twin dies, they get a noble sacrifice.
Oh, I did not mean to aggro you.
By the way, if you didn't notice, we are in the second half of the map for this.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
I did not notice. That explains the aetheryte that I'm seeing in the distance.
Yep.
Speaking
so
of
there's an
aetheryte.
aetheryte. And you know that means there will be ether currents.
Yep, I was gonna say I may be on a quest to save people, but ether currents call. Right by these Kumbira.
Yeah, I think they're further away right now.
Relatively.
Like, the direction you're heading is where I will get one in a second, and is where I'm going for the next quest anyway, so you,
Am I wasting
going
time?
there now is kind of funny.
Yes. There's no way. Okay, cool. I was about to say, if this one's a jump puzzle, I'm gonna be mad.
Yeah, you literally went right next to where I had to go for a quest. Very funny.
That dude's already got a glowy Reaper arm. What the fuck?
Is it like from Palace of the Dead or something?
Perhaps.
That there shouldn't be any others available yet, right? No extremes or anything, unless like they added a Reaper weapon to something older that already existed.
No, they wouldn't do that. They've actively said they won't do that.
They did it like one time, right?
Nope.
I thought.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, I guess it was it was for crafted versions of weapons that came out during Shadowbringers for old expansions, though.
Yeah.
Like Byakko got Dancer and Gunbreaker stuff.
But nothing like you can't get it from doing Byakko.
Oh, you can't even get the non-glowy version?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I almost skipped this cutscene out of. I don't know why.
$65 east. Oh, right there. In the water.
There's another one near that.
Good to know. How near is near?
Like under 100.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, 106 north, sure. Oh, yep, up there. I see where you're like, oh no, is this a jumping puzzle? But nah, you can just walk up it, I assume?
Yep.
Yeah. $541 southeast. Oh.
Yeah, I'm closer to that one now.
Yeah, I assume we'll head that direction soonish.
I'm a little confused. Because we just figured out the trigger is like despair and negative emotions, but these people are definitely clearly feeling those, but they're not transformed.
You know, sometimes it's gotta be more.
Oh, that one's not good.
Oh, I have the gap closer now. Dope.
Yes, I enjoyed my time talking to Horizontal Yer.
Wait, is that the one where it was like, yes, rigor mortis is setting in?
Yep, it's Horizontal Yer. They are a cadaver.
Yeah, the body begins to stiffen, and it's like, ooh. Oh no.
I enjoy the urgency of this music, but it makes me really not want to log out right now. And I am tired.
Understandable, yeah.
But I also know that if I log out now and I log back into hearing this music, I'm just gonna be like, whoa, what's happening? Damn, we hit the meat of the expansion right when I'm supposed to be going to bed.
I feel like we've been in the meat for like 3 hours now, man.
Yeah. Ever since we finished the moon, we've been in the meat, I would say.
Since we got to the moon.
I don't know. I feel like the bunnies were a nice little respite.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
They were like a sweet treat in the middle of the meal.
That's a good enough point.
And then they brought out a whole ass steak right afterwards. And not even like a big juicy steak or some shit. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing fighting that?
I am fighting this because it's part of my quest.
Damn. Thanks. I gotta fight it too.
Yeah, you're a couple steps out.
Yeah, but I went and grabbed the ether current, so it's a victory.
Yeah, I grabbed them too. No. Oh, did you grab the one that was south?
Yep. There's another one.
Ah.
And it's very far, so I didn't bother yet.
Yeah, there's one that is like visible from that first town.
If it gives me a cutscene of another like mother father turning into demons, I'm gonna be upset.
Understandable.
But you can tell it was definitely the same writer who wrote Shadowbringers, because this shit dark as hell. Oh,
yeah.
It's good old elephant ass.
You mean Matza?
No, the thing we fought in the dungeon a little earlier.
Oh wait, he's out here?
Yeah.
I did not notice
he
that.
He was one of the things you fought for the main story.
Oh yeah, would you look at that? I didn't like register what I was fighting exactly.
That would be why that didn't work. That moment when
it's always funny when there's like a billion of them on because other people are doing it. And then your AoE hits, so you like end up aggroing them all, and it's fun.
Yeah, brother, with new fucking the star that I have, that shit happens so much. Earthly star, that's what it's called.
Amazing. Oh. Meanwhile. Oh, no. Meanwhile, it never gives me comfort. That would be bad. Does Vitra not speak the dragon language?
I'm sure that Vitra knows it. Didn't I discuss this with you already? Oh no, I discussed it with Jeremiah. My theory is because Vitra, founded this nation of people, it just decided to learn the language rather than have to speak dragon all the time.
I guess that makes sense.
It's like, unlike every other dragon that we've encountered who have either been A, hermits, or B, hate everything about, normal people, it makes sense for this to be the one that can speak our language.
That's true. Now we just need to meet the one other.
Which is...
Again, I don't remember the name.
Yeah, because we met...
I'll check it real quick.
Tiamat, Reisvelger, Nidhogg, Vitra...
Ratatoskr we didn't meet, but we know of, and Bahamut.
Ratatoskr is the one that died, right?
Yeah.
Just making sure I remember correctly.
That's what fell earlier.
In your room or in the game?
In my room.
What was it?
A little baggie of like construction stuff for some random piece of furniture I built that I had the baggie sitting on my desk for some reason.
Meanwhile, above Zapnir, Estinian and Vitra, I assume. Yep, there they are.
Yep.
Being bros.
The meanwhile quests never give me hope, man. This one's actually doing a good job, though.
It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra.
I like how everybody else is Vitra,
Chaos
and then Estinian
panic
is like
sweep
Vritra.
Rasakhan, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray,
Doesn't even have a vowel there.
protecting a grief-stricken father.
There is one vowel at the very end.
My friends fight alongside your radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Razat Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people, honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so.
Asdaya.
Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united.
That is the other
Whenever
one's
man
name.
and dragon have come together, death
Asdaya.
been the
Azdaja.
It was our fear of your kind that
Okay.
sparked a nigh-endless war.
Watch her show up
maybe
somewhere
so.
later in the expansion.
Fear and hatred
That would be
which
wild
Nidhogg
if they hid
drank
that
deep
from us.
as he laid waste to my
Another
homeland.
dragon. Cool.
And in turn,
I'd be
I
down.
took my revenge on his brood.
It's a name that sounds
Blood
familiar
for
to
blood,
me.
pain for pain. I
It's
thought
a
nothing
dragon
of
from
theirs,
Slavic
only of
mythology.
mine.
Oh.
And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne his sail to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company.
That moment when Estidian fucking tells a dragon what to do.
Yeah. But he's not wrong.
He really is not.
The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
Man, I thought I was gonna do sky battles. Is Estinian riding Vitra? That would have been cool.
Would've, but I can't say I personally would have expected it.
But did you see that there's a game out on Steam? I think it's free where you get it's a like a game where you ride dragons and you battle other people riding dragons.
I did not, but I'm interested.
I know you are. I'll have to find it for you.
I am slowly getting closer to the ether current. And then I'll have the first half of the area to get them from still. I got most of those, I think. But definitely not all. What?
We're still on 85 quests.
Yeah. I imagine 86 will be the next zone.
Probably. Well, we've been to like all 4 of the zones we know of, right?
Yeah, by next zone, I mean we're gonna go back to like
Labyrinthos.
Labyrinthos, probably.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then what's after that? You know?
We still have 2 more zones, right?
We do? Do we know that?
There's 2 more Aether things.
I mean, Aether things.
Like, if you go to the Aether Currents menu, there's 2 more zones listed.
Oh.
I think one of them is viewable on the map. Yeah, I think. Let me double check. I want to say I remember seeing one like as a connection to an existing zone. Oh no, that's just Garlemald up there.
Could be an extension of Garlemald.
From the world map of Ilsabard, I saw Rad's at the Thavner area, and I saw another one that I didn't check, but I just checked and it was Garlemald.
Lol.
So in theory, there could be another moon zone.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Moon big.
Yeah.
Moon big.
Or
moon haunted.
Who knows? Maybe another zone is straight up. The last zone is straight up another planet.
Oh, like a different star.
Yeah, we straight up take the moon somewhere. God, I'm really loving the Titan attack. Like, I am really liking it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Can't blame you.
Just like the fact that you get to press it 3 times is really satisfying.
It's bap, 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 bap.
It feels like how Phoenix used to feel, right? Because you alternate between the 2 buttons, except now one of them's an OGCD that procs because you press that. Not even procs, just is available because you press the other one, which is very fun.
I see where the next cutscene is going to be happening, as there's a horde of people, including you.
Yeah. Yep.
Ow, fucking lemur.
I know the lemurs there are pretty funny. It's like random wildlife attacking. We're dealing with something bigger here, guys. There is one safe. Okay, hear me out.
I'm listening.
What if we could, like, Pavlov everybody to want to see the pretty colors of the flower, and therefore they're happy? If they see the pretty color, we reward them.
That's that is a method. Very demeaning and degrading, but a method.
I'm just saying that they set up the flower as a plot element for a reason. And now we're having to deal with emotions needing to be good.
Oh, I'm sure the flower has some significance, but, like, sheesh.
Oh. Is this?
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Oh, it's voiced. Ah! I punched my mic.
Has anyone seen Mevan?
It's a good thing I have your stream muted. That would have hurt.
I punched the underside of it, so it wasn't that bad, I hope.
Where could she be?
Where could Mevin be? She could be a beast, for all we know.
Well.
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
Oh, no. Why did she not turn?
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end.
So now that you've gotten to the person referring to them as my children, do you think that's another simulacrum for the dragon?
And despair.
No.
No, just some random person being like, yes, my children.
Yep.
Okay.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
I think she's just meant to be like some important figure in Palaka. Like she's not the elder, but she's like a leader.
Reforged as
That's fair.
scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Oh, this is a cool place.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Are you kidding me?
I wonder if the transformation isn't born from
And with that,
the negative
let us see
emotions
if we
solely,
can't
but
find
the
Mevon.
loss of hope.
Yeah, I think it's despair specifically, which is like lack of hope, you know?
Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
Come back, you ugly, thick-armed beast with no eyes and only a mouth. The grossest enemies in this game, I feel like, have come out in the last 2 expansions.
The area you go to looks really cool.
Huh?
The area you're about to like walk up to looks really cool.
Oh. Oh, with all the temples?
Yeah, there's like a temple looking.
Oh. Oh yeah, this was shown in one of the light loaders.
Huh. Yeah, that place looks dope, doesn't it?
Very.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Mevon!
Don't, please!
Just throw a rock at the giant mouth monster. Lasers, baby. Ooh. Ooh, part 2. Oh, he grabbed her by the fucking head.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No! God have mercy!
Let's go! Where is your child, woman? Yep. Damn, that monster really just chucked her, didn't it?
Uh-huh.
That's fucked. That's like omega fucked. You okay?
Yeah.
Crying a little bit?
Not quite.
Upset?
We're good. Nervous. We'll say that.
Do you think Matsya will become whatever this fucking... What's the god? Hindu god? Ganesh-looking motherfucker in the background is a trial? But like a really fucked up version of it?
She's so cold.
Do you think, did you say, do I think Matsya will become that?
The child
Yeah.
is alert, and I see no wounds. And yet
No.
she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsya, take the child.
Damn it. It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matsya, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsya. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsya. Go! Quickly!
3 casters ready to fuck shit up.
Yep.
Who needs tanks?
It's fine. Oh, you don't. I was like, I have Titan. He can do it, right? What do you mean he doesn't do that anymore?
Steady. You know the way.
Oh no. No, 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 no.
Now you understand why I was panicking really hard.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity.
perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
No.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged.
Oh, no.
Every agony.
Yes, Dinian!
He's very helpful.
Well, that was more than mildly stressful.
Yeah.
It still is stressful.
You were in the like watching them get attacked while I was in that, and I was just like, yep, what you're watching is definitely scary.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Nirvana.
Where the other side was, so.
Please.
Well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
I was gonna scream.
Yeah. Also, I think there's an Aether current over here. Yeah, there is, so. Don't forget to get that.
Yep.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia. Really? How can you be so sure?
This everything.
It must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian.
Oh.
It was
Neat.
you who came to Matia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
It's a girl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they said daughter multiple times.
No, other thing.
Oh. wish it hadn't taken me so far away.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
You didn't warn me about that one, Chief.
I didn't register it until later. I was just like, oh, that's weird that I'm up here. Why did I walk all the way up here?
After I get this one on the ground, I only have one left. And then I have 3 quests to do.
Yep.
Which I assume just haven't shown up yet.
4 quests. Or no, 3? Yeah, 3. Because there's the, in 3 if I exclude the current main quest, which has 1.
For me it's 2 besides the main quest.
Okay, yeah.
But I do believe that I'm going to go to bed after collecting this.
Understandable. It's on the other side of the pond.
Yep.
But like behind the statue as well.
Yep. I figured as much. I still feel like we're gonna fight a Ganesh-looking motherfucker.
Possible.
Southeast.
I just don't think it'll be Matya, hopefully.
Oh, I don't think it'll be Matsuya. Well, I mean, it still definitely could be Matsuya. Because I think the only other, like, important elephant we know is the alchemist.
Yeah, I mean, who's to say it has to be an important elephant? It could just be like one of their gods or something for some reason, you know?
Oh, that's true. But wait, Vritra is their god.
I mean, they also have other gods, like the
Vritra
sisters.
is their god. Oh.
They clearly have some worship of multi-armed elephant things.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's just what they thought Vritra was.
That'd be real confusing, given that they know that it's a dragon.
Do they know that the founder is a dragon, or I thought they just knew?
No, they just know there is the dragon ally or whatever, right?
Yeah. What's up, Vritra? How's it going, baby? What you up to? You chilling? Nice.
He'd be mad chilling. He's the final person I'm supposed to talk to. There we go. It says in there, so maybe it's there.
This alchemist lady. I forgot her name.
Nidana. That's why I was like, it's our girl.
Gotcha.
Because I too could not remember her name. Side quests.
Okay, I'm gonna finish this quest since I accepted it like a fool, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
Hey, I'm doing the side quests that popped up.
How many?
2.
Are they here in...
Yeah. They are in fact here.
Must be after this quest I'm doing.
Yeah, it's I think partway like you get done with the quest but don't accept it yet and they appear.
Oh.
Or don't complete it yet rather.
Gotcha.
Like you get the green check mark for finishing it, but you don't actually click on it and you'll have them. You can click on it first of course as well, but
Oh, you made a medicinal tea? Not even close. It's ordinary, but it's tasty.
hey man, if you're trying to calm people down, tea seems like a good option.
Mm-hmm. I just find it funny.
Yeah.
Everybody's back at the village. The sky's on fire. Let's make some tea.
Uncle Iroh would be proud.
Uncle Iroh would be... This is Uncle Iroh. It's Anthony Donna.
Yeah. You know, of all the mounts on my mount roulette, I think Polar Bear is one of the goofiest ones for riding through an apocalypse.
I don't know. I still think that chair is pretty high up there.
I don't have a chair on my mount roulette.
Let's see. I
mostly have like what's the words? Mostly like mounts from trials and stuff.
Shreed. Oh, yep, I see what you mean about the blue quests.
Yep. Party members were unable to teleport, darn.
Okay. I am going to call that it for today.
Understandable.
Yeah. For everybody watching stream, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate y'all chilling. I'm working tomorrow, but I will be streaming it tomorrow night if I can get through the queue. And then I have Tuesday off, so I will be streaming all day then. Don't forget to hit the follow button or the subscribe button. And yeah, I hope your week goes well. Let's go with that. Y'all have a good one. Peace.